Welcome to the second day of Experimenter Curators Hub. Um, we are having 4 presentations today, so hope that you all will stay with us through the day. We're starting with Devika Singh, who I will introduce subsequently. I'm going to do a very short um, replay of yesterday, and for those of you who weren't with us. So we started day one with Naomi Beckwith, who joins us from MCA Chicago. And she put across actually some key things for us to note, really also highlighting the fact that may often be seen as a critique of curators as generalists, but actually being generalists and capacious generalists can also be a strength, especially when there is intellectual rigor, without going into sort of academic cloisters that don't allow for this bandwidth and this diversity in the representation of cultural practice, taking current political realities in mind, the role of the curator in a way as a capacious generalist. I'm going to hold on to that one because there is also within the practice of someone like Naomi the work that goes into art historical readings that she thinks about also as deep baseline work. The importance of looking semantically and not only visually, that was something that she highlighted in response also to some questions that came toward her. Of course, reading in a way these sort of sonic performative histories that had happened through her examples with the Art Ensemble of Chicago and the AACM. Further, really looking at what is happening in museum practices within India and within South Asia more broadly. We are in a situation where there are a lot of private enterprises in the arts, the infrastructures for future and current museums that are coming from patrons of the arts. And yet to really look toward, say, the North American context, where there are other crises at play, which is to really think about the ethics of funding and this kind of way in which huge amount of fundraising is required by directors of museums to the level at which you also have then artists like Nan Golden who are challenging that kind of resource generation in the way that it actually acts upon communities who are in a way also directly facing the consequences of certain kinds of institutional fundraising practices. This is all simply also part of being quite alert as cultural players, taking that responsibility to be actively considering how we are audiences, but we are also responsible for what happens all the way on the sort of top of the ladder. Saying this, there's also collection building agendas that Naomi mentioned in terms of diversification towards gender and race, and where needed, corrective measures that museums like in Baltimore, etc., are building in terms of what it means to represent the work of artists in a way that we are displacing, let's say, the toxic narratives. Thinking through a new kind of master narrative that also is narrated through collection practice. Naomi also mentioned the term Sankofa as being something dear to her that comes from the Twi language of Kana that really has multiple meanings, but one way to read it is go back and get it. It's a way of thinking about always remembering to look back, realizing that we are carriers of history, and yet there is this important measure to be taken in traveling the distance between past and present, between various points of origin, so that we are not hung up on a certain fixity that limits our identity. Also recalling here the work of Okwin Wesor, who in his paper Modernity and Post-Colonial Ambivalence, that's just something I'm kind of recollecting based on the first presentation, where he wrote, there is a dual narrative that is often taken to be characteristic of modernity. And he spoke about the kind of grand gesture of modernity and then the kind of minority or petty modernities. The first, he says here, is the idea of its unique Europeanness. And he, of course, was writing as someone more active within North America and Europe. And the second is its translatability into non-European cultures. This narrative argues for the mutability of modernity, thus permitting its export and enhancing its universal character, while putting a European epistemological stamp on its subsequent reception. This traveling character of this dimension of modernity as export understands modernity as emerging from Europe. And then if you juxtapose this with somebody like a practitioner like B.C. Silva, who's also an extremely important institutional builder and curator, very active in Lagos, but also in many, many other parts of the world, creating opportunities for curators and cultural practitioners working in informal ways, working in collective ways, working beyond institutional agendas. I think those are sort of figures that were recollected yesterday. And that we can, those interested in curatorial practice need to perhaps also look toward from our context. Shaina Anand presented to us from this familiar space of experimenter, but really took us very far back in terms of CAMP's practice. 2007 is when CAMP really took off, and what we had is this sort of way in which to really think about the larger ecology of Bombay and the art world of Bombay, but also the kinds of hierarchies within the artistic scene that enable and provoke, in a sense, the sort of wild and multi-layered kind of platforms that CAMP has brought into reality for all of us to actually access, and also all of us to at the same time contribute to, whether that's by attending a rooftop cinema viewing, or whether that's through really using the sort of archives, that annotated archives that are platforms like Padma, etc., that even challenge the temporality of the archive itself, especially when we're looking at processes of live editing that are possible within these platforms. We realize that the raw material is something, the raw material being footage, the raw material being the notes of a documentary filmmaker in terms of location scouting, the meetings of activists, the parallel cinema movements that have been generated very close to the social movements that determine Indian modernity, and that still are important examples for us to actually think about with what is happening in terms of the political conditions that we are in today. Their work is also constantly looking to new formats, so whether that involves film programming within, also again the condition of the MIF or other kinds of film festivals, but at the same time going sort of journeying quite far, thinking about multi-screen work as live ensembles, which they did recently in Chicago at the Architecture Triennale, which again really brings the housing question to the forefront, but does so through legal documents, looking again at the history of social movements, using the performance lecture in relation to cinematic archival documents. So these are the sort of ways in which also the intimacy and the kind of, yet the publicness of a cinema space is something that they remain invested in, and then use through different kinds of media infrastructures. Also, one of the important things that I sort of took away from Shaina's presentation is, what does it mean to continue to create strategies for further circulation of one's work, even when one is disinvited from being a respondent? What does it mean to continue to create these layers of knowledge in dissensus and through interdisciplinary dialogue? And one of the examples for this was the annotated Gujarat and Sea exhibition that was one of the projects that China highlighted. Also in terms of some of the keywords perhaps that I hadn't necessarily thought about in terms of how useful it can be for us is the hacker term privilege escalation, and I think we can really maybe consider that, across various contexts in terms of privilege escalation also being how to use your own authority and power as a player in the cultural field, how to use access in improvised, creative, dissonant ways, in ways that may be seen as parasitic, in ways that there is again a quality in which this escalation is not necessarily the kind of escalation that comes through the sort of algorithmic power that controls and is actually tracing all of your navigation processes, but the kind of privilege escalation that is something that gives you the possibility also to think about what kind of future systems we want to have in our midst to control the bare minimum level of freedom and individuality that we have, and also negotiating between the digital world and the living world. Okay. We also had Nora Razian, who spoke to us via Skype. We are hopefully going to get some more notes from her presentation, since some of it was lost through the transit from Dubai to Calcutta. Phantom Limb is one of the projects that she really highlighted, which was also her way of telling us a little bit more about Art Jameel in Dubai, and it will also open in Jeddah, a platform that is many things, and an art center, a forum where artistic research really takes off from thinking about ideas of confluence, thinks about its location, at least on the Dubai Creek. What are the kind of critical measures that such an institution can take given its geopolitical location? That's something that we can probably discuss more with Nora. But Phantom Limb, for her as a curator and head of exhibitions at Art Jameel, was a way to navigate through some of the troubling questions of heritage and archaeological iconography, looking at how artists take up exercises in the reconstruction of history beyond the clasp of nationalist myth building, which again is something that happens online and offline. Looking at destroyed sites under conditions of recent wars and ongoing wars, and the way that stolen artifacts that come from, say, the colonial past, but again also ongoing militaristic interventions, how these can be not only reproduced but also renegotiated in their meaning, and how perhaps a contemporary cultural institution can think about the future of museology as well to an extent. So ending here this introduction, I wanted to just call on this really great interview by with Achille Mbembe, which is Thoughts on the Planetary, because I also felt it actually aligns with Nora's work to some extent, and with our first speaker, Devika Singh, who's going to talk about her exhibition Planetary Planning, which took place at the Dhaka Art Summit. So the quote is, "Honoring truth comes with the commitment to learn and remember together. As Edouard Glissant never ceased to reiterate, each of us needs the memory of the other. This is not a matter of charity or compassion. It is a condition for the survival of our world. If we want to share the world's beauty," he would add, "we ought to learn to be united with all its suffering. We will have to learn to remember together, and this doing to repair together the world's fabric and its visage. Restitution will always be partial. There are irreparable losses that no compensation can ever bring back, which does not mean it is not necessary to compensate. To have compensated does not mean to have erased the wrong. to compensate, as Kwame Anthony Appiah underlines, is about offering to repair the relation.
Those of you who are sitting here, if you just take a moment to find a seat that side, then it helps others who come in late.
Devika is currently curator of international art at Tate Modern. Her work focuses on modern and contemporary art and architecture in South Asia and the global history of modernism. She was previously Smuts Research Fellow at the Center of South Asian Studies of the University of Cambridge and a fellow at this. Okay, you will say.
Deutsches Forum für Kunstgeschichte, Centralement d'Histoire de l'Art, and there's no translation in English, which I like.
She holds a PhD from the University of Cambridge and was a visiting fellow at the French Academy. And I was particularly interested in also Devika's research that really looks at networks of internationalism and artistic exchange through the colonial times, also changing the kind of arrow of art history toward international artists, critics who came to India, and through their journey, she actually starts to narrate how we can think about cosmopolitanism. So it's not always looking towards the South Asian artist's work as something that is having to travel internationally, but actually reversing those debates and conversations continually in her work. She has also guest edited an issue of Marg, which again looks at in India-France artistic exchanges, and that's something we can take up during the conversation. But for now, she is excited to discuss with us her exhibition Planetary Planning and also the more recent show Homelands, Art from Bangladesh, India and Pakistan at Kettle's Yard in Cambridge, which is currently on view. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Natasha. Is it working now? Is this better? Do I need to speak up, or is the mic just not working? It's not on. It's not on. So it's coming. So while he's coming, just thank you very much for the introduction. And it's a great pleasure to be here with you for CPR. Thank you for hosting us and for inviting me to talk. Is this working now?
I need to.
Is this better? Still not working?
Volume diye dinle.
Hello? Oh, this is much better. Okay, thank you for bearing with us. So I chose to focus for this presentation this morning on two exhibitions that I recently curated. The first one, which Natasha referred to, is called Homelands, Art from Bangladesh, India and Pakistan, and is taking place right now in Cambridge at Kettle's Yard. And the second one was called Planetary Planning and took place, as you mentioned, at the Dhaka Art Summit in 2018, so the last edition of the summit. These are two exhibitions that are comparable in scale, but that raise, as you'll see, different questions. The first one looks through a precise theme, that is the Homelands exhibition, at South Asian contemporary art, and that in an institution in the UK, while the second one focused on international art that had a precise connection to South Asia, but that in Dhaka. And I will turn to the different questions that this raises afterwards. So just to give you some brief background on the first exhibition, it's taking place, as I said, in Kettle's Yard with its slightly esoteric name. It's the place for modern and contemporary art, in short, at the University of Cambridge. It's made of a house and its recently refurbished extension, And in the 1960s, the house, together with the collection, was donated by curator and collector Jim Eade to the university. The exhibition interrogates the notions of home and of displacement, which has, as you know, which have been absolutely essential for the modern constitution of the three countries, and it does so through the perspective of 11 artists. Some works are looking directly at the, where should I point towards?
On, you just have to turn it on.
The button on the side.
Okay. Is it towards the computer, towards the screen? So some of the works are referencing directly the partition of 1947, while there are other works that pertain to ongoing conflicts, instances of intercommunal intolerance in the region, and a smaller number of them are looking at similar issues of border disputes, but elsewhere across the world. Technology is failing us this morning, but here we are. Okay. So one of the things, can we just go back? So,
Arrow is back and the down arrow is down.
okay, thank you.
Down there is
One of the things, so it's the contrary of here. One of the things that very much brings these artists together is how consistent they are in the tone they deploy and in their attention to material and to image making. Something that resonated with me that was said yesterday by you, Naomi, is how aesthetics and politics are actually false binaries. I very much agree with that. Something in this exhibition that I should add, something that I'm doing, is I'm trying to stay away from the essentializing claims that are sometimes made onto artists from outside North America and Europe, and that is, of course, in exhibitions in North America and in Europe. So while the theme and the works may be rooted in specific places and contexts, the works very much have the power to transcend these. And I should add that, as you'll see, many exhibited artists also challenge narrowly defined understandings of place and authenticity. And this is so not because of their uprootedness, but very much because of their complex understanding of place and of locality. So what I'll do now is I'm going to run you through the exhibition, discuss a little bit in detail the works that are part of it, so to give you an idea of what this actually means in the exhibition space. It just opened earlier this month. So one of the starting points of the exhibition is a new series of photographs by artist Zahir Shah. It's titled Argument from Silence. And Shah, as you may know, uses prints and drawings to intervene into representation of architectural spaces. One of the things she's interested in is how perspectival representation has been, as you know, of course, culturally encoded. And here in this new body of works, she's superposing three layers of history. The first one is that of Gandhara, and what you're looking at here are sculptures and fragments from the Gandhara legacy. That was, as you know, located at the confluence of what is now present-day Pakistan and Afghanistan. The second history that she superposes to that is that of partition, knowing that many of these artworks were disputed at the time of partition. And the third one is that of Chandigarh. These objects, the one precisely that are in this series, are located in the government art and gallery in Chandigarh that was designed by Le Corbusier and is, of course, part of a city that was designed not only by Le Corbusier, but as we know, other European and Indian architects, and that because Lahore, of course, the former capital of undivided Punjab, went to Pakistan. So the history of objects, of architecture, and of nations are overlapping here, and Shah renders this with what looks like heavily marked and scarred surfaces. This is more apparent here, and she's focusing in particular in between spaces, interstices between objects within the museum. This series is set against an ongoing photographic project by Delhi-based artist Saurabh Hora, which is titled Snow and addresses Kashmir. Both Sarab and Munim Vasif, who's also featured in the exhibition, are photographers who, as you know, use a direct visual language, but one that is less reactive, nevertheless, in its working methods, and the working methods that lead to these images. Neither, as you'll see, are actually capturing direct images of violence. The title of this series, Snow, derives from the fact that, as you know, of course, many Indians used to go to Kashmir, especially to Gulmarg, to witness snow. And we have a series of works that is articulated around the 4 different seasons, moving from the winter to the spring, summer, and the fall. Most importantly, it's articulated around a number of unsettling clues that cumulatively tells you a history of violence. And there are, at least for those who can read these, also precise episodes that are referred to, including for Sarab in 2016, the killing of Burhan Wani. And there's a portrait which is not part of the series that is exhibited, but is part of the wider ongoing body of works of his, a portrait of Engineer Rashid. You can also see how this series is interspersed with moments of intense calm and beauties interspersed within these clues. And here you have above the bed, the hotel bed in which he stays, images of the sort of bucolic paintings of Kashmir that used to circulate in India. In the case of Munim Vasif, he's done a new body of work on the Rohingyas. This is what you can see here on the right-hand side. Something I should highlight is that Munim Vasif has been photographing and researching in these camps for 10 years. And this is the first time that a body of work coming out of this research is coming out. And I was very happy to find out that there will be an even more ambitious presentation of that work that will soon be exhibited in the region and in Bangladesh. What you see here are objects that belong to Rohingyas. I just have a few details that I'm showing you. So some of these are rare objects, precious objects, deeds, photographs, the sort of objects that you would take with you in exile that would then, take on evidentiary value. They are served, you can use them to prove marital status and so forth. And others are makeshift objects. Objects that are made in the camps. You have in this series some makeshift toys, and you also have more mundane objects, such as a skin lotion called Spring Song. It's a Thai skin lotion, and the series takes its title from it. These images were made in makeshift camps, in makeshift studios, Munim Vasif basically invited a lot of people to bring objects to him, and he used that as an opportunity for also to get the stories of these people. I also included 3 works by Zarina. This is a work titled Without Destination, and it was made in 2016 in reaction to migrants crossing the Mediterranean and at the beginning of the so-called migrant crisis in Europe. The title and the diminutive scale of Zarina's work indicate really, I would say, the artist's despair. You have 2 brittle white lines here that run across the surface and across these white papers that are assembled to take the shape, of course, of a boat. There's another series in the exhibition titled These Cities Brought It into the Wilderness that you can see here. And I have 2 details of the series that was made in 2003. One of the city of Ahmedabad, and that's why I referenced the date, and one of New York, where the artist moved in the 1970s. And this is a beautiful abstracted representation, of course, of the city. In the same gallery, there's a straightforward and very effective new film by Yasmin Jahan Nupur titled Film. And the camera basically follows the artist as she walks up a hill. Nupur explained to me that in partnership with international investors, the Bangladeshi government plans to set up an industrial zone on the land that once was occupied by her family and by villagers, the neighboring villagers. This is what you see here. You see Nupur looking at that landscape, which will soon be radically transformed. The work evokes, of course, the transformation of landscape through industrial activity, but also the personal loss that will ensue. It was made also after Nupur was unsure whether she would be able to return to that land. Another work, so this is going down. Another work that takes its origin in the same geographical region is Song of the Ground, a recent work by Shilpa Gupta. I don't have a video, but I can describe the work to you. So it's basically relies on the collision of two stones, two visually and naturally similar elements. The stones were collected in the Teesta River, so that flows, of course, from India into Bangladesh, and as we well know, also follows the border where one of the longest barriers is being built between India and Bangladesh, officially, of course, to prevent smuggling from Bangladesh into India. Because of this work and the sound, the sort of visceral sound that it creates in the exhibition space, that also becomes a really important element in the gallery, and also provides a different element, an additional element for the reading of the adjacent works. Here we are. In the adjacent gallery, in the other gallery, I wanted to use and to introduce the distance that comes from humor and irony and its double vision. And this is achieved through a triptych by Bani Abidi. What you're seeing here is a still from her work from the early 2000s titled The News. And in the triptych, you also have a work titled Anthems and another one titled Mangoes. And these work very much mock, if you will, the everyday working of Indo-Pakistani national rivalry. So as you can see here, and many of you probably know this work, you have Bani Abidi performing both anchor women. The one to the right-hand side is a sort of a Doordarshan copy. Is meant to look resolutely Indian. She speaks in heavily Sanskritized Hindi, and she's telling you about a very absurd news item, actually. And you have her reverse Pakistani equivalent on the left-hand side. On the 3rd of December, that is on Tuesday, Nikhil Chopra will be making a performance in the exhibition space, and we already have 4 drawings and a shelter that he used in Cuba at the Havana Biennial in 2015 for one of his performances. It's the shelter in which he lived, the drawings he made looking at the architecture that surrounded him, the props and the costumes that he used on that occasion. This crossing of media and the making of drawings really during his performances characterize Chopra's work, and I think it also helps us interrogate the role of art and of photographic representation for the making of home and of belonging. What I should highlight is that to the left inside the shelter, you have a statue of Cuban revolutionary hero Carlos Manuel de Cespedes, which stands on the Plaza de Armas, this historical square where the performance took place. And it's interesting to see how colonial legacies in their different manifestations and in a very subtle way actually run through several works by Nikhil Chopra. This is also the case in a work, and the new PowerPoint was not downloaded, so I'll have to describe it to you. This is also the case in a work that is exhibited in the same exhibition titled the Cine Film Series by Desmond Lazaro, in which the artist bases himself on the Cine Film archives of his father to depict the story of the making of British identity in the 1960s. And that is so because his family, which comes originally from Madras, then migrated to Burma and eventually to Leeds. And the image I wanted to show you is that of the brother of the artist looking back at the camera in this painting by Lazaro. In front, or rather behind him, you have Buckingham Palace and what he's trying to convey through that. Finally, I'll end for this exhibition with new works that were made by Iftikhar Dadi and Elizabeth Dadi. These are 3 neon works in total in the show. And their visual language, as you can see, is very much indebted to street signage and the popular urban culture of South Asia. It felt particularly important because of that to orient 2 of these towards the outside. What you're looking at, so inside the flower that you saw is the national flower of Bangladesh, the Shapla, the water lily. And here to the right you have India's Padma, and not Pakistan's, but Afghanistan's Lale. The series, which is called Efflorescence, draws our attention to the way seemingly beautiful and, if you will, benign flowers, which also spread across national borders, are actually paradoxically used as national emblems. And because of that, it felt, or primarily because of that, that Pakistan would be skipped, because it would not be true to the spirit of what the artists are trying to achieve if we had these three flowers standing for the three countries. So, as I mentioned earlier, the works in the exhibition, while often relating to precise places, cities, regions, but also conflicts and their particular contexts, all transcend these. And yet, at the same time, one question I had to address when curating the exhibition is how should artworks that were made not necessarily with a particular audience, but with nevertheless still specific historical or political references in mind, how should these be, if you will, presented in another context? One in which audiences may not necessarily be cognizant of such references or informative background, and that, of course, without reducing the artworks to these either. And this is also one of the reasons why I deliberately chose to work with artists who are clearly working within media, styles, and currents that cannot easily be associated with the subcontinent. Something that I argue in my work is really how art in the region in South Asia and elsewhere too has been co-constituted by local, national, and global political pressures, artistic imaginations, and mobility, so that these different geographical scales and lenses of analysis should always be thought, I would say, in conjunction with one another. And as a result, when addressing this question, I tried not to reduce, of course, the works to either of these frameworks. So moving now to the second exhibition that I want to tell you about. This was the exhibition Planetary Planning that I curated at the Dhaka Art Summit in 2018. In this case, I used, as you mentioned earlier, Natasha, the Nehru Memorial Lecture by Buckminster Fuller, which he gave in Delhi, he delivered in Delhi in 1969 as a starting point for the exhibition. So in this case, it was a historical starting point. I came across this little-known lecture in the context of my book research on art in India after independence, which in short looks at overlooked instances of artistic and intellectual exchanges happening in India in the first decades after independence. This lecture fascinated me first for its content. Fuller claims at some point, I'm quoting him here, that India should declare itself to be the first inherent home of world man. It should renounce, I'm paraphrasing here, sovereign claims, open up its citizenship, and become a cradle for all humanity, no less. Second, Fuller was concerned with creating a more equitable division of resources and technology. He believed that his geodesic structure could help solve India's housing problem, and his ideas were, of course, utopian, but they differed, and that's what interests me, from contemporaneous spiritual approaches to India. It was, in short, the social implications of his ideas and his inventions that structured his engagement with India and continue to make his thought relevant. The lecture also belongs to a rich history of international exchanges that happened in South Asia, with the Nehru Memorial Lecture actually only being one instance of Fuller's engagement with the country. So taking the lecture as a starting point, the exhibition explored different instances of planetary planning, be it astronomical, geographical, economic, and architectural, that were articulated in South Asia or critically examined there, and that by 3 generations of artists. You can read their names here, from the 1940s onwards. So the exhibition focused either on works from the region or from elsewhere, but that used South Asia as a pivotal axis. So contrary to the Cattle exhibition, which proceeds in the exhibition space primarily through visual affinities and comparisons, here what I did in some cases at least was to look at connections between different artists who knew each other or worked with each other. So I had a series of photographs by Isamu Noguchi, and you can see details here, who was a friend of Buckminster Fuller. They first met in 1929, and Noguchi first visited India in 1949. This is when he takes these photographs. He arrives to Bombay, via Italy, Greece, and Egypt, and tours the country's main sites, main architectural sites, for about 4 months. He's fascinated by the Delhi and Jaipur Jantar Mantar. He photographs them. These are reproduced soon afterwards, and they would most importantly continue to inspire his work in a very direct way, very much for the next decades to come. He returned to India afterwards too. In the mid-1980s, he represented the United States at the Venice Pavilion, and just in front, in this sort of open courtyard that you have in front of the pavilion, he located his work, the Slide Mantra, which is directly inspired by one of the instruments. Nevertheless, the designs that he realized for India, most of them, or that he designed for India, most of them remained unrealized. And I think this is perhaps because of that, and his deep engagement with the place is actually less known. Another historical note in the exhibition was the relationship between Muzarrul Islam, Muhammad Kibriya, and Novera Ahmed. So while, if you will, Noguchi first went to Paris on his way to India, Novera made the reverse journey. She left East Pakistan in the 1960s and settled in Paris, where she remained for most of her life. The exhibition actually included works by Ahmed, so these are the two works on the left, of course, that remained in Bangladesh after she left for Paris. What they do is that they really attest to the modernist impulse that she developed while she was studying at the Camberwell College of Arts under Jacob Epstein. And they're very much indebted to this post-war humanist tradition. You can see how she's exploring abstracted representations of the human life, the fragility of colliding and falling skeletal figures or human bonds. And here I think I have a detail of this work. One of Ahmed's early institute reliefs was made for the public library in Dhaka, now the Dhaka University Library, a building designed by Muzarrul Islam, which was documented in the exhibition. Islam did absolutely stunning drawings, and I was fortunate to be able to display 4 of them in the exhibition. This early work, that is Islam's public library, together with the College of Arts and Crafts, as you may know, were really transformative for the cityscape of Dhaka when these were made in the 1950s. As a repository of knowledge, and of course also a site of symbolic exchange between local and worldly cultures, the library also embodies the philosophy that would mark Islam's lifelong commitment to broadening the role of architecture. And architectural imagination, more broadly speaking, is one of the connectors in that exhibition. One of Islam's here you can see this was made, the maquette was made recently for the exhibition just before. One of Islam's residential projects was the house that he built for the artist Muhammad Kibriya, whose work was also included in the exhibition. And here you have a series of prints that Kibriya made either in Japan or on his return from Japan. So after joining as a faculty member the College of Arts and Crafts in Dhaka, he decides to resume his education, his formation, and he spends about 3 years from 1959 to 62 at Tokyo's University of the Arts. And that time in Japan for Kibriya is really an opener onto Japanese printing techniques, pictorial traditions, and Zen philosophy. He's inspired especially by the Zen gardens of Kyoto. You can see that quite directly in this work titled Garden. But Japan, interestingly, also serves for him as a relay for international art, which he witnesses, which he encounters at first sight while he is in Japan, so not only for Japanese art per se. The exhibition also paid homage to Lala Rook, who passed away, as you know, in 2017. After having accepted to be part of this exhibition, Rook's mirror image and Nightscape series, or part of these series, were included in the exhibition, and they really speak to her drive to deconstruct landscape. So really taking drawing at its edge with these near monochrome, black monochromes that still have white lines that percolate across the surface and create, at least to me, a paradoxical impression of luminosity when you witness them. These are relatively small-scale works. The digital render is, of course, here something that doesn't pay justice to them. Playing with this notion of scale, in front of Noguchi's photographs at the very entrance of the show, I included Zarina's work, The 10,000 Things, which is a miniature rescaling of some of her works in reference, of course, to Marcel Duchamp's Breton Valise. And this is an archival project that consists of reproductions of her works and symbolizes, from that perspective, the artist's mental universe and also life trajectory. As you know, she studied woodblock printing in Bangkok and Tokyo, and in Talia in Paris with Stanley William Hayter at Atelier 17 in the 1960s. And throughout her career, she borrowed from very different artistic traditions, ranging from Urdu literature and calligraphy to Japanese printmaking and Zen Buddhism. Moving now to a younger generation of artists included in the exhibition. Zahir Shah's drawing of Golconda is what you can see here on the right-hand side. So this is an artist who's featured in both exhibitions and with whom I have worked over time. The building here that you see of Golconda is part of these single utopias that she focuses on, so single moments of idealism. It is made, as you can see, of broad horizontal lines that transform the facade into a sort of light and quasi-dissolving mass. So historically speaking, as you may know, the Golconda dormitory was built for Sri Aurobindo in Pondicherry and completed in 1949. It's designed by Antonin Himon's architectural office in Tokyo, and it's said to have pioneered the use of reinforced concrete in the region while also presenting original design solutions, especially in relation to climate. Aisha Sultana is best known for her drawings, but I was very lucky to be able to include, thanks to Pratik and Priyanka, a photographic work of hers. Here are some details. Her Threshold series is comprised of torn and scratched photographs taken the world over of either unidentified landscapes, national monuments and memorials, this is one here in Egypt, and the roads and airports that connect them. It's also very personal work, knowing that most of these photographs were taken in the Gulf region by her father while he was posted in Kuwait shortly before the first war. And others, especially those from Pakistan, are all found images. The exhibition also included collages by the Istanbul-based Hera Buyuktasyan that take Amrita's Golden Temple as a starting point, as well as new works representative of her inquiry into fluvial routes. She's particularly interested in how these form connecting channels over centuries. She's also investigated the global economy of marble, and here you can see how these sort of white mosaics stand in for these sort of connecting interests of hers. Desmond Lazaro's work was made especially for the exhibition and was inspired by Fuller's non-hierarchical approach to space and geography. They included drawings, that's what you can see in the background, a Dymaxion map, and above one that is folded into an icosahedron mobile. So the Dymaxion map, which was first published as a sort of a DIY kit in Life magazine in 1943, is basically a mental construction based on an alternative comprehension of the world which abandons the Mercator projection and its use of as the equator as the reference line. So its aim is to minimize the distortions of conventional representations of the Earth and their embedded cultural biases. In addition, Lazaro sets his family history of migration that I previously mentioned against the great maritime journeys of Vasco da Gama, Cristoforo Colombo, Fernão de Magalhães, and James Cook, which he superposes onto these maps. Finally, I will end with two films largely shot in Chandigarh by the American artist Amy Siegel. Circuit, this is the first one that you see here, presents a tracking shot of the Evolution of Life gallery at Chandigarh's National History Museum. It's a short, looped film that condenses in short millennia from, I quote, the newly born Earth to the Crow-Manian man. And you can see how the paintings are arranged in the sort of a cyclorama according to this old-fashioned mode of display. Outside the main gallery was Provenance, a film that traces in reverse, so following, of course, the provenance of an artworks, of the networks of ownership and interdependency that create the market value of a single design. That is the chair that Pierre Jeanneret created for Chandigarh. And you move, in short, from the rarefied homes of collectors in Europe back to Chandigarh via the auction house, the restorers, the cargo ships that bring these chairs to Europe. One of the editions of Provenance was put on sale at Christie's in its post-war and contemporary auction, and the work also includes a film that portrays that and thus inserts or helps explain how the work was inserted into that very market and network of ownership. And one of the reasons I'm finishing here, one of the reasons why it was important for me to include this work in the exhibition is that it foregrounds ongoing historical and socioeconomic tensions and inequalities. In addition, and this is perhaps not a coincidence, this was the first time that these works were shown in were shown in the region, though they were primarily shot in Chandigarh. I say this more generally. The fact that many works that were either made in India or inspired by it are still very infrequently seen here is something I find important to highlight. And it's probably one of the symptoms of this ongoing imbalance. And this leads me to a point that I raised in my work more broadly, which is that a history of artistic mobilities and transfers that puts basically an emphasis on exchanges and, broadly speaking, if you will, positive outcomes, should also be attuned to historical disjunctures which have, in short, forced people into contact. In regard to contemporary art, the complex experience of citizenship, which I addressed in the first exhibition at Kettle's Yard, has impacted, of course, as we know, many artists in the region and elsewhere too. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Sevika. One of the important facets of the hub is also really to go into the depths of exhibition making, but also discourse production. And in this case, it felt like to have these two quite key recent exhibitions bring us into this discussion also of what does it really mean to be today a South Asian curator who has, in a way, been practicing academically in many, but in many parts of the world. That's what I'm kind of trying to highlight, because how do we sort of also get away from some of the essentialisms that at times come with these sort of positions of being working with South Asian practitioners, working with diasporic South Asian protagonists. You know, you've and academically you've sort of done very rigorous work that moves these anchor points, as I said, away also from just this kind of nexus of South Asia geographically into sort of distant terrains, and really looking at the political backgrounds, the colonial history that accompanied these exchanges. And so I'm just wondering how in your new role, where you're at Tate, how do you plan to carry these research commitments with you, while also perhaps having the mandate of building collections, or at least offering to a larger public these histories of the region?
I actually think that my joining an institution that has a collection is very much part of what I'm doing. The reason for that is because that allows us to look not only at South Asian art in its own right, but really at how to connect South Asian art with artworks made across the world. And that's something which I did in my exhibition in Dhaka, but only, of course, through very precise and focused examples, and something that you can do on a much bigger scale once you're in an institution and one that has an international collection. So I see these things really as complementary.
I was also wondering if you could share a little bit more about, say, an example like the Marg issue, where you've put together so much sort of research that maybe was occluded to an extent, also bringing different writers and artists into relation, and how Marg itself has really been one of those key platforms of knowledge circulation beyond essentialisms for us. So it would be great to think about how you entered that editorially.
How I entered it editorially. What was interesting is that I both used Marg as a source and as an example in my writing. So looking back at early editions of Marg, so Marg was created in 1946, as you know, and so I've written about the first decades of it. And then what you're referring to is the issue that I guest edited much more recently, 2 years ago. That was in itself something interesting for me. Of course, as you said, Marg was a critical platform, and it has been and is, I believe, again. Historically speaking, research-wise, what I was interested in is to see how it served for the circulation of international art in India. We just know just how much publications have been part of that story, and it's not an Indian story, it's a story of the former periphery. That mattered a great deal to me. The issue that I guest edited was on France-India relations, and I was trying to look much more specifically at connections between Indian artists and with France also being sort of a pivotal axis here. There's a text by Novera Ahmad, there's a text on Jean Bhavnagri, and on many other artists and cultural producers such as Bhavnagri. I'm very happy that you're highlighting my research. I should say that this is, of course, a collaborative exercise. It's a guest-edited issue. And something that is really important to me is how much still needs to be written about South Asian art, Indian art, but not only, and therefore how much, in this particular context, art history and curatorial practices have to go together, because there's so much research that still needs to be done, so many histories that still need to be unearthed and written about, and curatorial practice cannot be done without that art historical research, to which I'm contributing to and to which a number of other people are contributing to today. Magazines are really important for that. Publications are important for that. Marg, but not only, and there are many of you here who are actively involved in that. So the journal is one of these critical platforms in the past and today, and one of the different outlets, and here I'm talking about publishing and writing, that contribute to an ongoing work that pertains to trying as much as is possible, not necessarily to recreate a history in a holistic way, that is not possible, but to try to create some of these narratives which will then perhaps produce counter narratives. But in the case of South Asia, in many cases, we don't have the original narratives to begin with to counter them.
We're open for questions.
Hi, Devika. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. I'm going to ramble a bit before I arrive to a question, but it kind of triggers lots of different thoughts. Coming down to architectural modernism and actually its legacy within South Asia, it's interesting because Seher Shah features in both exhibitions, but also to think about modernism as an impulse of utopia, an impulse of aspiration, and while
Aisha doesn't feature in both.
no, I'm just responding. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not. Yeah.
Zeher.
Seher.
Oh, I misheard,
Yeah.
sorry. Go ahead.
But to also acknowledge the fact that while these structures were being built, the inflow of refugees into India, into Bangladesh were like massive.
Mm-hmm.
And thereby to also think of architectural modernism as also a form of exclusion, a form of violence, a form of waiting. The second thing, of course, is to think about the relationship of architectural modernism to a certain kind of display of citizenship, a typology of time. So once the refugees are in, what do we do with the time since job creation wasn't that great? So we end up building museums, and we have shopping centers, and we have parks. We're also talking about a time when we are thinking about space aspirations, particularly in India and Bangladesh. So we're looking at parks with like these beautiful rocket-shaped like toys for children to kind of like move towards certain kinds. So everything is upward. The entire impulse is upward. When we bring works like Seher, for example, into, and not just Seher, but actually there are lots of people, and in the demolition of the Hall of Nations, there's been a trigger. It's a watershed moment for so many people to rethink modernism.
Zeher did the work actually on the Hall of Nations.
Yes, and particularly I'm wondering how can we bring in the ideas, of course, while we're talking about nostalgia, while we're talking about function, while we're talking about utility and aspiration, how can we also acknowledge within exhibitions the form of modernist architecture, the form of violence as a form that completely erased a native architectural style, but also in a way was a form of exclusion. That's particularly what I'm getting at.
I think it's more comment than a question, so thank you for your comment. What I should say is that, building on what I earlier said, writing platforms that are discursive are extremely important and work hand in hand with curatorial practices. And I think a lot of what you're saying has to do with that different output. I can only display in an exhibition what artists are doing. And that's why I mentioned Zeher Shah's work on the Hall of Nations, because she's addressing quite directly some of what you said, not all of it.
Do you have another mic?
Thank you so much, Devika, and I'd love to see the exhibition both in Cambridge, I'm sorry, just the one in microphone. There we go. Can you hear me? So thank you so much for your presentation. I have a question about a different type of migration. I mean, I'm American coming from the United States and know that the highest earning immigrants in the United States, I believe, are coming from South Asia, specifically Indian Americans.
The highest number you said? I can't hear you.
Americans of Indian origin are among the highest earning immigrants into the United States. And so when I've gone to galleries and shows in the U.S., specifically to see the South Asian works on display, it is often diaspora or Americans of South Asian origin who are there and who are collecting. And so my question is,
Collecting or
how
viewing?
do, sorry?
Collecting or viewing exhibitions?
Both. But, and then, definitely buying and also viewing. So how do diaspora, how do they complicate or provide opportunity or maybe have no influence on the really compelling statement you made about cosmopolitanism, such that South Asian work doesn't have to travel to have value, but what you find, or what I've found, is that a lot of times it is the diaspora recognizing the South Asianness of work, the Indian, taking pride in collecting. I collect Indian contemporary work, or I collect Bangladeshi contemporary work. Does that make sense, that question?
I understand your question, absolutely. Thank you. Something I should say that is important to me is that South Asian art should be displayed in collections, not only for South Asian audiences. And this is why how one exhibits them, and how one exhibits them not only in an exhibition, which can only do so much, but within the collection is crucial. And I'm very happy if South Asian audiences relate to these, but the primary goal is that international audiences, especially in diverse places like New York, London, and elsewhere, are able to relate to South Asian art and understand the different connections between these. Of course, there are a number of supporters in the region for art of the region and also in the diaspora, and I think this is a positive thing. I also see a lot of South Asian art being collected, and this is what you're referring to, by collectors outside the region. And there are a number of gallerists who could tell you that most of the artworks they sell are being sold to international collectors the world over. So it's actually a little bit more complicated, and it depends, of course, also of what specific currents, what specific artists you're talking about. But when one is thinking of contemporary art, it is actually really an international collector spaces, I believe, that gallerists are working with. But to be honest, I'm not the best person in the room to talk about this, and this is a question that should be directed to Pratik and Priyanka.
Yeah, I mean, we're selling all over the world. It's like a travel. So, Mike's not here. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, I don't think, I mean, the idea of that diasporic community is supporting art from the region that it comes from is now not really that relevant for us. I can speak from a personal thing, but there is support from all aspects of the community, not just Indians buying Indian art, but people from all over the world. Priyanka?
Also, it's a lot to do with the artists who now don't locate themselves to nationality anymore. Many artists from all over the world, not South Asia alone, don't want their nationality to be the binding factor on how they're collected within institutions or privately. For example, I'm just sort of trying to explain this further. So most museums in the world, so the Tate, for example, has certain sectional acquisition committees. So there will be a South Asian acquisitions committee, a MINASA acquisition, North American acquisition committee, and so on. And of course, there's also the global committee, which is a different body. And artists of a certain caliber and type, I mean, if they have practiced in a certain sense of immersion, they don't think their nationality should decide whether the museum wants their work or not. So then galleries work accordingly, and then the institutions respond accordingly, I think. But I know there's still a mile to go, but that's what it is.
I think you have to differentiate here how works get acquired and then what is being done by curators and by institutions once they're displayed, and these are slightly two different things.
I guess I'm the default person to do this, but just wondering what kind of interrogation there might be going on within institutions like the Tate and others in defining South Asia even, right? Because there are more of us here, obviously, than India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh, but that really is sort of the crux of the history that is out there, I suppose. I completely realize there are challenges. Louder on the mic. Can I? The volume. I'm sure there are challenges, but I was just wondering what possibilities you might identify in terms of sort of defining, expanding that purview. So on an institutional capacity, but also I'm wondering what people can do, like on individual capacities, because we do navigate these institutions and between institutions and other spaces. So yeah.
Thank you. There are many questions in that. The first thing I should say is that I'm personally, and I don't think Tate is trying to define South Asia. Absolutely not. In fact, my title, though my work is primarily pertains to South Asia, my title is Curator International Art. And what I, in a collaborative capacity, very much so collaboratively do with colleague, is to create bridges between South Asian art and artworks from different regions, including North America and Europe, and also of different media. So it can help, and here we're really part of a network of institutions, and I hope a network that comes back here, that is not only a Western network, something at least that is very important to me. We're just one institution that is trying to build a much more diverse, international, and plural way of looking at art, including, of course, that art of the region. I personally, and I belonged before that, before being at Tate, to the Center of South Asian Studies of the University of Cambridge, so this notion of South Asia is recurrent. And there are, of course, different understandings of it, which can be as broad as possible. I would certainly be in favor of that, so trying to be, again, when one is looking more specifically at geographical units, within these units to be as diverse as possible, but also as precise, looking at the hierarchies within these, at whether it's indigenous art practices, other types of art practices that may not have been looked into enough. One person, one institution can only do so much. So I think the importance of network is really important. Something else I should say is that these plural, these multi-centered new art histories, new ways of connecting art should happen, I believe so, not only in Europe and North America, because that would raise a number of other issues that we know, but also here. And that's why, and that's something that Natasha was mentioning in her introduction, that's why in my own work, I also bring artists who use South Asia, as I mentioned, as a pivotal axis, but also bring these international artists, some of them at least, here. And we're starting to have much more art from elsewhere displayed, which used to be the case in India at least. And I think this is a good thing, how one had to move away from national narratives or Western-centered narratives, not only in Europe and North America, but also from nationally focused narratives here, because the two have to go hand in hand.
Are there any last questions? Okay. Thank you, Devika.
Thank you, Natasha.
We won't take a break right now, if you can bear with us for the next session. We will take a break at 1:30 for lunch. There's a 2-minute
Paz Guevara is a curator, researcher, and author based in Berlin. She is currently collaborating in the long-term project Kanon Fragen at Haus der Kultur in der Welt. She will also start with sharing with us this institutional, what she has been up to in her institutional role there, and the kinds of projects that are taking place in collaborative curatorial formats, such as the exhibition Parapolitics, Cultural Freedom and the Cold War, which happened 2017-18, and also more recently Afrosonic Mapping with the musician and artist Sach Hoyt, which is a project that I recently witnessed, and it was really quite an exceptional event for the HKW, and also came through after long-term research by Sach over really interweaving his roles as a musician and also through research interviews and so on, and through performances that he did. So it's great that Paz will talk about this project with us today. Her previous contributions have included the past Disquiet Narratives and Ghosts for the International Art Exhibition for Palestine 1978 project, towards which she contributed research on South American artists, museums, and networks involved in the Solidarity movement. She has also been co-curator of the Latin American Pavilion at the 55th and 54th Venice Biennials, and contributed to several publications. So welcome, Paz. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Natasha. I'm very happy to be again talking with you, and I'm deeply grateful to Priyanka and Pratik for the invitation, and to know this very well-known hub, Experimenter Curators Hub, that I have known before digitally. So I'm very happy to be analog and also learning a lot with the curators, artists, colleagues that are presenting. I'm very fascinating to be learning and exchanging with all of you. And I would like also to encourage you to prepare some questions. So with the artists, publishers, authors, and curators that are present, we can develop later this generous half an hour time for questions. So I will tell you some stories today. Every time I share these projects, I feel like in an entropic process, because they're quite complex, research-based exhibitions with many collaborators and many archival materials, as well as historical and contemporary artworks. So feel free to push in certain lines so I can expand. These projects have taken place in Haus der Kultur in der Welt in Berlin, Germany. That I introduce you here at the building because it's also a material protagonist in one of the exhibitions that I will share with you. You will see later on. So as Natasha was introducing, and also very connected with the presentation and the aims that Naomi was sharing with us yesterday, how to question the established, the dominant narratives in the field of art history, I would like to share with you these background questions that were impulsing us in these projects. They are not all the time explicit, so this kind of workshop, seminar opportunity is a way to share part of this backstage that is animating and leading many of our research and the thinking on exhibitions. So how art history has been written, told, and legitimized. What stories are preserved, negotiated, and for whom? So who is behind the power structures behind? How are the foundations of these canon narratives? We will see how through parapolitics we reconstruct somehow the hegemonic narrative of formalism and Eurocentrism, for instance. And finally, instead of including more chapters or more regions, we had the question if it is possible to do a history of limits, of divisions, of categories. Like we were just discussing in the previous talk, the notion, the category of Southeast Asia. We will see in my talk how we also debated the notion of internationalism that emerged in the Cold War, but with a huge bias, or the Western culture, Western civilization, what it meant to whom were they getting together, who was in the West and who was in the Northwest or in the East. So the first exhibition that I will share with you is Parapolitics that I curated together with Anselm Franke, Nida Gus, that is also a daily curator based in Berlin now, and Antonia Mayaka, with curatorial collaborators that I will introduce on the way. As you see, there are many contemporary and historical artists participating. So when Natasha approached me to prepare the presentation, I like very much that you told me how to go to visit the exhibitions. So I took this kind of cinematic message, and we are entering now in the foyer, in the first space of Haus Kultur an der Welt. This is the opening of Parapolitik, and already I invite you to see the materiality beyond the theme or the content of the exhibition was very important for us. Also, how we present it. What is the exhibition performing? What the materials are narrating. This was the introductory wall. I will tell you more. And we display various magazines with areas of reading that you can consult them. So also trying to break with the vitrines that you were telling yesterday, but in a mixed way. And here we enter in the first space of the exhibition. I will return to this. And now if we would have this first glance of the space of the exhibition and we draw our attention, we will start seeing what is the departing point of this project. We were following a very little known organization founded in 1950 in West Berlin. It became important all the time to mark there was the West. Before we were approaching Berlin, Germany, and in the story you will see that becomes important to start making differentiations in West Berlin. This was the Congress for Cultural Freedom in 1950 in June. They were a group of intellectuals that proclaim this manifesto to defend freedom, to contest the peace conference run by the Communist Party. In this conference in Berlin, they approach artists and intellectuals to leave the position of neutrality and to take a position and publish this manifesto proclaiming freedom. I will now return. One of the main magazines that supported this starting conference of what they were called the non-communist left intellectuals was the magazine Der Monat that was covertly founded by the CIA. And in the last document that Natasha was involved, also Jonas Mekat had this historical photo where you see the poster in the year 48 in Kassel, for example, of this magazine to imagine how it circulated. So this Congress for Cultural Freedom ran more than 50 magazines around the world, from Chile, where I'm from, also in India, I will share with you, in Paris, Italy, South Korea, we will see. They also organize and supporting exhibitions. I will share with you some stories, and many conferences with what they call international intellectuals of the, they didn't highlight the politics because this was part of the operation, was uncover of the non-communist left. What happened is that after 17 years of activities of supporting more than 200 conferences, exhibitions, and magazines, it was disclosed that the CIA was financing this Western enterprise, and became quite clear there was somehow to contest the Soviet also dominance of culture. Here is the director of the cultural division of the CIA at that time, Thomas Braden, that previously also had a short 1 year and a half in MoMA working, with the very polemic title, "I'm glad the CIA is immoral." For him, they save the Western art. So for him, they made, he said it in the interview, damn well done job, something like this. And at that time was published how the CIA was supporting in a cover way many universities, institutes of research, among them this Congress for Cultural Freedom. So we return to the exhibition. If we imagine that we have entered in this introductory wall, we have read a bit on this Congress and the list of all these activities that they were initiating, supporting, organizing, and now we are in the first space of the exhibition. We see the video at the end by artist Lene Berg. She developed this video, as you see, in 2006, and many times artists also as researchers, they have done steps further than the historians, and this is one of the cases. So Lene Berg founded, through the research, the wife of the main director of this Congress for Cultural Freedom, called Michael Josselson. She somehow managed to obtain an interview with her, that is Diana Josselson that we see in the screen. And there she testified how they had double life. So she would say, I was so proud that my husband got this job, we will travel around the world. But many times I had to cover him. I have to say, no, the CIA is not involved. We're a philanthropic institution. So we had double life, she testifies. And Lene Berg also intervened with the research. One of the main magazines that this group initiated was the magazine Encounter. She retitled it, so recontextualized it, changing the perspective as Gentlemen and Ashlogs. And inside of the magazine, she inserted the research with the connection with the liaison of the CIA that was not mentioned at that time. So we had also this magazine with a little table in a situation that you could go through and read. And other artists that had worked beyond the historical convention, so to say, is the Chilean artist Voluspa Harpa. She have done a series of interventions of books of history, including, as you see, in the language of a sculptor and installation, the CIA documents that have not been considered to narrate these histories. Like in around the year 2000, US disclosed thousands of documents with the involvement of the CIA and South America. Voluspa Harpa had the hope that many historians then will rewrite these corresponding chapters, acknowledging this involvement. But this didn't happen. Her response was a series of books with the history of Brazil, like in this case, but also the series goes on with history books of Chile, Colombia, Venezuela, Guatemala. This work is very interesting. Doug Ashford was part of Group Material. They were very critical to the US invasion and intervention in South America from the 50s, like in 53, they intervened in Guatemala. And if we start looking the history of this Congress, start appearing the contradictions. So in this exhibition, we wanted to reconstruct this story, but also expose the contradictions, the debates, the ambiguities, and this very challenging position that artists and intellectuals had between instrumentalization, autonomy, critique, and engagement. So Doug Ashford that had participated in Group Material, for example, they did posters where they listed all the US interventions in the Caribbean and South America. Nevertheless, he had one topic that he had never addressed of his own biography. So when I met him in New York to talk about what he would do, he started thinking, then he corresponded with all of us later on, and he proposed us to address one issue, that was that, in fact, his father had worked for the CIA. So his father was a professor of a prestigious university, I don't remember now which one, and in parallel had joined the CIA, the cultural branch. So it was kind of in the network of Tom Braden that I introduced you earlier. And in this work, he asked the mother, these are the letters, why my father joined the CIA? And these are the responses. And sometimes they're quite similar with these patriotic hopes that Diana Josselson, the widow of the director of the Congress, the CCF, let's say in short, the CCF had. She said, we were married, and we started to have a family, so it was so great that your father could serve the nation also in this second job. So they have this idealism that he shared to problematize also this story from his own biography, and also to open up the story of this cultural branch of the CIA that affect, and that we had questioned here, who pays the programs, who is behind. It's a book by Stonor Sanders, a British journalist, entitled Who Paid the Piper, that is approaching in extent this story, for example. And it's a fascinating artist, Susanne Trister, that we gave her carte blanche. And we were very surprised when we received the work. And we decided to install all this kind of what I call the CIA logos in the position outside of the exhibition walls where these logos normally are there, the logo that had never been included. And related to the materiality of the exhibition, we visited several exhibitions dedicated to the period of the Cold War, and many of them were installed with huge white walls, very solid. And as a metaphor of a white page where you inscribe more chapters or more information, somehow in an affirmative way to the structures and the museum displays. So as we were more interested in questioning these narratives and structures, we developed with the designer of SAC Group a wall that would be incomplete. So you see the materials are not even, and with another materiality, like steel with this transparent material, but that nevertheless you cannot see is also an opacity. It's not completely transparent. Somehow to rework this unit of this modernistic unit of the White Cube Museum displayed, and somehow have more like a construction site as exhibition materiality. So we return now. So exhibiting the contradictions is very connected to what Naomi presented yesterday, this discourse of freedom financed by the US CIA, the Central Intelligence, start having many critics, especially from South America, Asia, and Africa, but also internally due to the segregation and racism in their own countries, so how they could promote freedom if they don't respect their own citizens. So this is a work by Norman Lewis that had a reverse, that is a kind of, I don't have the image of the other side, like an ideal middle-class home. So you have this somehow American dream that is only for some. And I will not expand because Naomi really made a wonderful presentation yesterday. And here only to approach the freedom discourse. So Howardina Pindell, obviously, in making a kind of irony, because free, white, and 21 was only a condition to be celebrated by some, that they could have all the possibilities and conditions and not for everybody. And we follow different lines. Since this Congress expanded through 35 offices and so many activities, many intellectuals were engaged, and one of them was Richard Wright. The Otholith Group made the research on the archives of Richard Wright and developed a project in the exhibition. And here we have the color cartine, that is the report by Wright on the Bandung conference, and it is historical evidence that the trip to the conference was paid by this Congress for cultural freedom. This does not mean that any of these authors and artists knew where the money was coming from. I was very relieved when I was reading one book and the historian said, we will never know who knew and who didn't know. So I said, okay, it's fine. I'm relieved, I don't need to look. Because at the beginning, when I was researching in the Chicago Library, I was sharing with Naomi yesterday, like reading all the letters, if I find some detail, some evidence, but of course these letters probably were deleted. So it's almost very difficult to find a trace. And I will focus in the next minutes very quickly in the second space of the exhibition, where we approach the exhibition as a medium. So what were these exhibitions that this CCF organized were performing? Which style, which aesthetic debates, and what were the politics, because this is very interlaced. So here you see at the right, the Museum of American Art. Is an amazing museum run by an artist that is in Berlin and is dedicated to reproduce the formalist collection of MoMA. So we could display the Malevich that were presented in one of in the first exhibition of the CCF entitled Masterpieces of the 20th Century. It's very interesting that this exhibition that I will show you let us enter in an earlier chapter in the Cold War, before Documenta 1, that was in 1955. So the exhibition was first at the Musée National d'Art Moderne in Paris, and later at Tate. So I think did not pass overlook at that time. And here, to pick up some of the debates of yesterday, I was very intrigued, like why they selected the painting of Rousseau, that is not totally abstract, for the poster. And by digging in the conferences that were accompanying the exhibition, it was the definition that figuration that is not mimetic, that is not referring to the reality, lead you to the imaginary. So then it's not realism. So this kind of imaginary portrait and landscape of Rousseau also become fundamental in this debate of abstraction and realism, for example. And imagine that I was so excited that I found a video of the exhibition. This is a totally unknown exhibition, and in the library in Paris, it was a film. So here is the entrance of the exhibition. But unfortunately, the cameraman had really no sensitivity of the medium, so he captured almost all the 2 hours, like not even with the frame, but it helps you to see what was the selection of artworks. And it's important to just to recognize how they re-signify modernism, that we know more by the history of Documenta in the period. So the artists that were considered degenerate in the National Socialism in the Nazi time, here will be framed under the concept of freedom, innovation, and individualism, and internationalism. So we start seeing how this category start to come together. Leger, very short, very cropped Duchamp, etc. Miro and Juan Gris. Mondrian, the same Mondrian was in Documenta later, and it's interesting that this Mondrian was already painted in New York, so you see how many of the avant-garde artists of that time already had moved from Europe to United States. To unpack these exhibitions, we also exhibited the archival material, the press release, for example. And here we start like making discourse analysis to see how they use categories, and we could see here that the exhibition was somehow framed as a contribution of Western culture. I will read it so it's clear for you. The purpose of the exhibition is to bring into focus the richness of our half-century's contribution to Western culture, a contribution which we believe would not have been possible except the climate of freedom. And then is the alliance with the concept of freedom, in which great artists, composers, and writers of our time have worked. The exhibition mainly was the only Russian artist that they included also in the music part, because it was a festival where Russian artists that had left the Soviet Union or that they In short, he contested Barr as an art history that is inherent without considering the context. Even the artwork, he said, that claims total freedom is free due to some conditions, like what also Foucault had explained in Discourse and Knowledge and Power, the power structures behind this claim of freedom. And HKW as a building entered in the story to close the circle, since the building of where is HKW originally was called Kongresshalle, was built in 1957 and was a present of United States to West Berlin, and was very close to the Soviet section, and somehow materially was celebrating the reunion, the democratic exchanges. And here the CCF celebrated the 10 years anniversary in our building. And this is a photo where it's Alfred Barr that came specially to celebrate the 10 years anniversary together with other art critics of the time. They're ironically debating about the founding in art, probably without knowing that their own tickets and hotels were paid by the CIA. We'll skip this. And we follow several histories of exhibitions of the period. And at the end, very shortly before the disclosure, Clement Greenberg accompanied the exhibition 2 Decades of American Painting. Clement Greenberg was also a member of the CCF. So it's interesting that through this Congress, you start somehow politicizing an art history and actors that claim themselves to be very apolitical and only dedicated to the form and the plain, as is the discourse of Greenberg. And he wrote what is called here the India Report. There are fascinating 7 pages. And here he claimed, artists all over the non-communist world are avant-garde today, especially those in the generation under 40. So here we see that for them, internationalism was only in the non-communist countries. So it's interesting to double-check the biennials today, the exhibitions that claim internationalism, what kind of internationalism they are repeating, appropriating, or problematizing, how many artists of historically Eastern Bloc are really present and in what way. And to show also different approaches to abstract art, how also had been political. So is the example of Armando Morales. He somehow made an appropriation and homage to Motherwell, that was one of the main artists in all these US traveling exhibitions, like in the one in India, but acknowledging that the Motherwell was in fact not only was an abstract artist, but political. If you see the title, Elegy to the Spanish Republic, is dealing exactly with the Guernica context, with the Spanish Civil War, but somehow this is erased in the very framework of these traveling MoMA exhibitions. And Armando Morales dedicating his painting to a guerrillero muerto also repoliticized abstraction. Fidel Castro said at that time also, our enemies are capitalists and imperialists, not abstract art. So dealing also with this third position that we were debating yesterday, and how to problematize and not only reconstruct the hegemonic discourse, but also to open up these other stories that are beyond this binarism. And perhaps to finish, so we had a very interesting approach to conceptual art in the period. This is Art and Language, Picasso's Guernica in the style of Jackson Pollock. Just to also, Tom Braden called, the CIA member, called the battle at the time of the Cold War, the battle for Picasso's mind, because Picasso, in 1944, joined the Communist Party. But he was also fundamental for Alfred Barr narrative. It was so fundamental that in this exhibition, Barr put a photocopy of the Mademoiselle d'Avignon, because really needed this work from 1907 as the trigger from Cubism, figuration to abstraction. So they were battling for Picasso. And in this work, we see how conceptualism alliances also with our practice of re-narrating. Here they somehow collapse the both language of the icons of the period, the action painting by Pollock and the Guernica by Picasso, in a way making a portrait of their own distance to the debate between abstraction and figuration. Luis Kamitzer, another conceptual artist, said, I was very happy to read this in his book of the conceptualism of the South, said, finally with conceptualism we got rid of this very boring conversation between abstraction and figuration. So we were safe, finally. This is other examples, perhaps I skip. The photo is not here. Okay. So Sheila Gauda, I wanted to share with you, I just added the photo today, maybe therefore it didn't work. Artists that approach abstraction in their own terms, so reframing it. We have Daniel Buren here in the right, maybe appear in the conversation, and Sheila Gauda with the shrine to the Black Square and other abstractions. It's a shrine also with the stripes in red, where you access and you see a similar appropriated Black Square by Malevich, but of course she's exploding abstraction as formalism in the way that is also a ritual and has a broader context and localities that are your own. You think, Natasha, we finish here? We have 5 minutes or 2 minutes? Okay, I will just pause. Yes, exactly. It's a long story. I can talk like 8 hours, I think.
Our idea actually didn't completely go through because we wanted to actually discuss 2 projects by Paz. But since this specific collaborative project is so dense, the presentation time has been taken up with that. So we could do this in 2 ways. One is that let's take a few questions, if there are from you all, that pertain to this presentation. And then in, say, the last 10 minutes we have, I would request Paz to give a very brief kind of outlining of the Afrosonic mapping project, because it has a very different strategy, which in a way also, personally, I feel has been crucial to bring into something, an organization like the Hakaveh. So it would be great to at least highlight both in a way.
Let's do that. So as you see, I have a series of more archival materials to discuss, but perhaps if you have a question, it would be helpful to take some red threads.
Thank you, Paz, for that wonderful presentation. I had 2 naive questions. One was concerning the artistic complicity. Like you mentioned that we would never know the truth, whether they were aware of where the funding was coming from. But just the fact that the funding was coming from the CIA, is it like enough to also discredit the artists' viewpoints and conceptualizations? Because surely they would, especially those that were not familiar with this tie-up with the CIA and CIA's involvement, they would be formulating original ideas. So does that sort of like discredit those ideas which were formulated under this thing that was like fired up by the CIA? So just the question of artistic sort of complicity in this. And the second was how to look at this now when internationalism is sort of garnering new interest, and you know, philosophers like Boris Groys are having a relook at it, and this sort of interest in the systematic discrediting of internationalism as a movement. So yeah, just these 2 questions.
Yeah. Thank you. So let me go back. So we were not interested in artists that participated in these finance exhibitions, but more in artists that from their own aesthetic means and political position had to struggle between these two dominant paradigms. You have to imagine if you would have been in the 50s, in the post-war, there have been very little possibilities. Countries are under reconstruction, and suddenly you have these institutions that support but certain kind of art. So, but nevertheless, many artists contested this very reduced view and understanding of abstraction. For example, I can tell you the story of Daniel Buren that looks very simple abstraction, these stripes, white and blue, but in fact this work comes from 72 when he was exhibiting in Documenta 5, curated by legendary Hagal Seman. And nevertheless, Daniel Buren confronted the curatorial framework and said, you are treating the artworks as a raw material. In fact, you are the artist, like the meta-artist. But the curator that was wise responded, okay, give me a proposal, what we can do? And the artist that worked also wisely, came with a proposal and made these stripes, but as a wall paper. So he covered the wall, again, this unit of the modern way of a museum display, and went, for example, behind the painting of Jasper Johns and other works, so it was not any more clear when a work begins and when ends. So somehow he hacked one of the conventions of exhibition making in modern terms via this abstraction becoming political and an institutional critique. So we were focusing in this kind of artists that found and created space despite these very two dominant paradigms between abstraction and socialist realism. And your second question of internationalism, I agree, like after looking this genealogy, how the term emerged, as curators and artists, we have to be more careful and political to celebrate internationalism by knowing what it meant at this period and how contemporary art somehow still hunted by these questions. So if we take them with responsibility, as Zoe was answering in this interview, we should also question these notions.
Any other questions from the audience?
Can you hear me? I'm at an institution that has benefited in some ways years ago, decades ago, from the largesse of the CIA. I'm not sure knowingly or how unknowingly Whitechapel Gallery in London participated in receiving a number of exhibitions in the 1950s and early 60s from artists like Pollock, Rothko, Gustin, among others, that originated in the US and toured internationally under the auspices of the US Information Agency, which was part of the CIA. And we did mount an exhibition a couple of years ago about the Pollock exhibition of 1958. One of the things I was interested in and curious about is the disjunctures of some of these institutions and the kind of slippages in the presentation. While the CIA perhaps funded some of the tour costs, they didn't pay all the costs, and the mounting of the exhibitions may not have been in the way that MoMA or the US Information Agency would have approved. For example, in this Pollock exhibition, the architect was commissioned to design some walls, and the cheapest way to build walls in the post-war period in Britain was to use cinder block. So rather than having pristine white walls, the Pollock paintings hung on cinder block or on fabric, because fabric was a good way of covering up any holes in your walls, so you wouldn't have to redo them every time. So I'm wondering if you found any other evidence of some of the kind of ways in which some of these exhibitions may be circulated and didn't cohere or adhere to the vision of,
It's fascinating to hear. We didn't find further stories as the one you are telling, but for example, in Greenberg, when he came with one of these exhibitions to India, he received like a huge contestation. So the magazine Contra published somehow a response telling how they were trying to influence Indian artists, and they were proposing an art to export. And this is what they meant by internationalism. So it was possible sometimes to find the responses, so how the exhibitions were received. But in this case, this report comes from the Smithsonian Archive. It's a folder called Congress for Cultural Freedom in the section of Clement Greenberg. He has also other reports. And after we exhibited, we received the request of turning it down, just the page of the report, because the archive said literally, we didn't know that you were making an issue with that. So I think the stories are difficult to find and to research, but for example, also the DAD, that is an exchange, academic exchange organization in Germany, also founded in the 60s. The director told me at the beginning, also DAD was involved also in the history of the CIA. And when she came to the opening, I hugged her and said, thank you for coming. And I made a joke, you're lucky that I didn't find time to research. I saved your reputation. Because we couldn't follow all the stories, because as the diagram that I show you was quite extent. So this is one story that have a response, for example.
Should we transition to just the last segment in 10 minutes?
Maybe I would like to share the Indian magazines as a transition. So they made all these almost 50 magazines, and just to be in situ, to be locally, to share with you these local debates. So this Congress was founded on the 50s, and immediately you see 51, they came to Bombay with one of their conference, the first Asian conference for cultural freedom. And it's very interesting because when Nehru declared neutralism, it was like a trigger for this Congress to try to conquest these hearts and minds for the West, because they didn't declare Western or in the Eastern Bloc. So India was one of the first places that members of this Congress came, and they made alliances with the socialist party leaders that became members. And although Nehru continued declaring neutralism, you see in the magazine how they capture the secretary of the CCF saying hello to Nehru, somehow framing him as an ally. So you have these tensions and this imagery to try to capture him at their side. And they also developed the magazine Freedom First, and later on the magazine Quest, that I don't have here, I think. There are several stories. For example, immediately they came in '53 to Chile, where I'm from, to contest the power of Pablo Neruda, very strong member of the Communist Party that had organized previously the Conferencia Continental de la Cultura. So it was like a battle of conferences, a battle of festivals and exhibitions. Only so you see some stories that are multifold. So now I'm happy to change. So this will be a tour de force to get into the other, all the magazines that this Congress supported in different countries. This is Quest also here in Calcutta. All the quests are online, so if somebody has interest, it's ready to be read. Australia, Africa, Nigeria, Mexico, Lebanon, Kampala, South Africa, London. This was dedicated to South America, to Spanish speakers. Philippines. Okay. So here we are. So I will share with you the Afrosonic mapping. It's a project by the artist and musician Sach Hoyt that departed from a research that he shared in this blog. In a colonial archive in Berlin, in the Ethnological Museum, he researched the oldest archives of African music and selected a section on West African music that had been preserved and conserved, but little shown and shared. He obtained the permission to have digital copies, and his project was a kind of restitution and liberation of these archives to take them outside of the cabinet. And the mapping consisted in to return these files to the places where this music had been captured, in today Angola and Congo. And here we see how he met contemporary musicians, filmmakers, and authors, and did listening sessions to share this music. Many of the musicians were with full emotion because it was a way to contact with their ancestors, the instruments, the melodies, the rhythms, and how they're still very present, but some gaps still exist. For example, the instrument lamellophone, that Sach Hoyt was very interested to learn more in his trip to Angola. At the end, he was teaching the Angolan musicians lamellophone. Like Angola won independence only in 1975, so still the infrastructures and the recovery of their own histories and practices is very ongoing. Beyond the listening sessions that where he shared these recordings that were originally in phonogram in wax cylinders, he also did recording sessions, and with contemporary musicians via the sampling technique, that is a kind of deconstructed device. They select some fragments or layers of these original recordings and mix them with contemporary interventions by musicians. So here he's with MC Sacerdote in a studio in Angola, with the guitarist Teddy Nisinski in Angola. Then, as Naomi was telling us yesterday, in this more Pan-Africanist framework, he followed the forced migration from Angola to, for example, Salvador de Bahia and Lisbon, the Lusophone, the Portuguese-speaking former colonies and today post-colonies. And here is working with the guitarist Estuya Nascimento, adding new layers to these musical compositions. So in the project in Hakave, we open an exhibition to inhabit, to experience with different modes of perception. Live program consisted in the group of musicians that met for the first time from Angola, Salvador de Bahia, and Lisbon. And in one hand, they interpreted these paintings. The title of the sound's performance is Procession. So paintings by Sach Hoyt that are, they have like 3 lives. So they are cartographies of the African diaspora. Although you see at the first glance that they're very abstract, so we enter again in this conversation. They are also always zones. May I have another picture? They're always zones and transfers, movements, flows. So it's somehow a mapping, a cartography of the African diaspora between the continents. But also there are notation systems. And he invited many of these musicians to improvise at the opening. And they are also what Sach Hoyt calls celestial constellations, in the way that connects you with the ancestors. For example, when we were doing a tour of the exhibition, a group of students tell us, I feel, a student told me, I feel that it's like a totem. We did this vertical hanging that connects paintings in this kind of embracing way, like we call it also a floating amphitheater. So the perception was not only for the eyes, there is also a Western dominant paradigm, so we try also to confront not only like with discourse, category against category, but also in the way that you perceive and how to make an exhibition that you inhabit, and not only that is directed to the eye. So here you potentially perceive it as a whole, and then emerge this interpretation of the totem. Here's a group of students. In the center was this platform that we call it also an altar, a stage where the artists perform on the last day. And in this group, they felt that they were in a spaceship. So taking this Afro-futuristic imagination, and that the paintings were the landscape that you were seeing through this journey. So somehow many of the visitors travel again the journey that Sacha Hoy had done himself. And we had an amazing round of talks. You see here Jihan El-Tahiri, Greg Tate, Kilwanji Kiahenda, the concert where the musicians reunite for the first time. And we closing program with Sach on the stage, and the talks with Fred Moten and Rui Vieira Neri.
Are there any pressing questions on the second project?
I just want the India report. Is there any way to access it? Because I'm trying to look it up. Can you send it to me?
I'm not allowed because I signed a document.
Oh no! Can you post that again? I was trying to take a picture
Yes.
and blow it up and read.
You can call me and I read it to you.
Indian art critics, he says there are only two who don't see it such a big deal. Do you know?
Well, let me see.
67, right? So, maybe
How is the question again?
so he writes about how Indian artists are just mimicking Western abstractionism and don't seem to care about it when questioned. And the two
You read from there?
two genuine art critics, as distinguished from journalists of India, do not repeat it or take this allegation seriously.
Well, the contestation, I don't know if I told you the name. So in contra, I wrote it here. So Giv Patel was the Giv Patel was the one that responded, criticizing this exportable art, and that they present with the ambition, he said, to be art of the century, this international art. And the editor of the magazine that also intervened was Yadesh Shmanimtan. Yeah, was artist and editor of the magazine. And the Contra magazine, this is online in the Asia archive. We can do a secret reading of the India report.
If I could just, as a, just a quick, so my understanding of U.S. Information Agency, U.S. and USIS, is that it was created separate from the Central Intelligence Agency, not to say that there has not been funding when they were in existence, but I don't know if there was confusion. There was also before that the Office of Strategic Services, OSS, which was from 1942 to 1945, where Julia Child was a part of that, if you guys have read her autobiography. But the idea of public diplomacy with USIA and USIS was actually to separate that from that space. So I only say that as a public diplomacy historian there.
Yeah, this exhibition is good that you brought up the concept were meant as a cultural diplomacy. So it's yeah, they were meant as a public diplomacy. Yeah, and they are very interlaced, the political agenda with the support that this exhibition had and not other ones. So if you were a figurative artist in the 50s and 60s, maybe you had not been promoted, or if you were an abstract artist like Ad Reinhardt, but you were critical to the establishment by concrete actions, you would also not be invited to this traveling exhibition. So I did some double check. So Art Reinhardt was the only one that was going to the protest to demand civil rights. So he was also friend of many Afro-American artists. He was never invited, although he was extraordinarily abstract. He made a series of only black paintings, for example, like a monk. We had one artist, Michael Byers, that approached this story. So the meditative acting of Art Reinhardt, but also his solitary praxis at the end at his studio. So this is another other way to enter in the story who was not in the story. Yeah.
There is one slide about Solidarity Journal. So can you just show one?
Which one?
Solidarity.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, from the Philippines.
Is it from Philippines?
What is the question?
Is it? No, I want to see that once. Just yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Perhaps before we close, we are near it's 1 minute to the end of the official end. Like in the case of the Afrosonic mapping, also to relate it with the construction of categories, but building up other narratives. So not only to stay in the critique, but how to unfold these other stories without being all-encompassing, because it's therefore it's a collaborative work. So I found it very important the operation of restituing, so bringing back these archives, but also in the way that he challenged and modified the value related to the past in these conventional and colonial archives. So for them, African, South American, and Asian artifacts or objects are only valuable in relation to the past. So somehow the project Afrosonic Mapping made this ontological shift to make them relevant as contemporary praxis and understanding culture as a living activity and not only as a dead archive. So I like very much when Sach was sharing in a radio program how he took them out of the cabinet. So addressing this cabinet of curiosities that develop in the historical and ethnographic museum, and how you can unsettle the archive, in the words of Stuart Hall, when he's reflecting and questioning how you deal with heritage from museums and historical archives. So this operation of unsettling, I wanted to share before we go for lunch. Yes. Now, you want to move? No. No, the other way. The other way. This journal, for example, is online. There are many of the journals that have been digitized. So with patients, you can download them.
By chance, the Solidarity is there online?
No, this was very difficult. Like Berlin is an amazing resource of libraries, also because of the Cold War history. So it's two state libraries, the one of the former East and the former West. So we were able to find many magazines, whether or in these archives, but others we work hard to get some copies. For example, in South Korea, that the name is in Korean, was very difficult even to try to look. in this case, we collaborated with Kim Jung Kim, and she wrote the short story and the research on the South Korean magazine, and Rasha Salti was also a curator contributor, we credit them, in the Lebanese magazine. We are doing a catalog to try to try to close the circle. So you will be the ideal readers if you have interest. It is many authors struggling with also the vocabulary. When you try to tell the story, you don't want to sound like a cold warrior. So sometimes become difficult to tell the story because the words are stolen also.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to close the session, but feel free to have a few more minutes also to exchange for the lunch break, and then we'll be coming back for the last two presentations.
Thank you.
Nagesh speaking to us now. Tarun is joining as curator of Asian art at the Queensland Art Gallery in Brisbane. He is part of the lead curatorial team of the Asia Pacific Triennale of Contemporary Art, a model that is very familiar to the audience here. Also Maud Page, who joined us in the previous edition of the Curators Hub, spoke about APT, and Tarun will also share his perspective and his curatorial experience on this model. His role also has involved very close work with South Asian and Southeast Asian artists and through the 7th, 8th, and 9th editions. And he regularly curates exhibitions at QA Goma. Recent projects include Problem Wisdom, Thai art in the 1990s, A Fleeting Bloom, Japanese art from the collection, and Kalpavriksha, Contemporary, Indigenous and Vernacular Art of India, which was part of APT 8. Tarun is also actively involved in commissions and acquisitions for the QA Goma collection and oversees QA Goma's historical Asian art collection and exhibitions. So these are also some of the elements of his practice on which we can ask him questions. And yeah, really looking forward. Thank you, Tarun.
Thank you for rushing in after lunch. Firstly, I'd like to say a huge thank you to Experimenta, to Pratik and Priyanka, and the team for putting up with us. Calcutta's been a city I've been really desperate to come back to in recent years to learn a little bit about the arts scene. And a lot of that has had to do with the fact that there's this amazing dynamic gallery here, Experimenta, who I've been really lucky to work with some artists and speak to Priyanka and Pratik quite regularly in developing shows. I also wanted to thank the Australia Council for the Arts. Fantastic that they're involved in this project, and for supporting my travel to speak here. Australia Council have been a huge supporter of APT since its very beginning, so they've been really fundamental in growing and developing the APT. I also want to thank the Australian Consul General in Calcutta, recently established, and fantastic to have them here in Calcutta actively now. So hopefully you'll see many more Australians coming to future events here. So I thought I would mainly focus on the Asia Pacific Triennial of Contemporary Art. It's kind of the biggest exhibition we do at the Queensland Art Gallery. We all regularly do other projects, but I thought this is really the basis where we ask lots of big questions about curatorial approaches, where we kind of question exhibition models and paradigms. But also, I think it's an interesting exhibition to consider, how we create regional dialogues and concepts of regionality. So, very quickly, just to show you where we are, you may have heard of the APT, but I'm sure very few of you have actually been to Brisbane. So these are the two gallery buildings on the south bank of Brisbane, which are just in the centre of the image there. So Brisbane's a city located on the Brisbane River. This is known as Maiwa, the river in the Indigenous language. And this area is home to two Indigenous groups, the Turrbal and Jagera people. So we always like to acknowledge them when we talk about this place and acknowledge their ongoing connections and custodianships of these lands, which really underpins everything we do at the gallery as well. So very, very briefly, just some background on APT. I couldn't think of an appropriate slide to use, so I thought 25 years of exhibition catalogues is also an interesting thing to look at. So the APT began in 1993. It was conceived as 3 exhibitions in the beginning, and it really brought in a lot of advisors, a lot of co-curators from all around the region, although, mind you, it was a smaller part of the region than we engage with now. And so, the conference and the exchange that happened became a really important part of the event, where the skills and the expertise weren't necessarily in this institution at all at the time. in 1996 began showing South Asian artists, so there weren't any South Asian artists in the first edition, but the second edition started including Indian artists, and just some of the Indian artists we showed in those first couple of APTs, including Nalini Marani, Mrinalini Mukherjee, Nilima Sheikh, Rimana Hussain, and Rimzan, Vivan Sundaram also involved, and a lot of critics and curators active at the time from India. And in 1999, that started to include Pakistani and Sri Lankan artists also. And Pakistan particularly has had quite a big place in the exhibition ever since. Since 2002, the APT kind of had to really changed its model, and it became more of an in-house generated exhibition with using the curatorial work of the curators there primarily. And while it's a continuing exhibition over more than 25 years now, it's changed really significantly edition to edition, not only through staffing and budget and institutional change, but also as parts of the region and our relationships with it have changed so much. And the fact that I'm always reminded of, 3 years working on a triennial in such a dynamic part of the world, enormous change happens, not only with practices, but also with social and political contexts. So it is a model that we continue to question, and we continue to experiment as much as we can within. Another important factor of the APT is Australia is very much part of the exhibition. It really developed at a time when Australia was for the first time starting to think of itself politically, economically and culturally as part of the Asia-Pacific region, where for a very long time before that it was really seen as having these strong connections to Europe and America. I think the APT is also really interesting to consider in terms of trans-regional exhibition frameworks developing at the time. In the 90s, exhibitions like the Asian Art Biennial, the Fukuoka Art Triennial, Asian Art Triennial, that were operating at that time and creating these exchanges that at the time weren't happening, so much around the world, as well as it was a time where a lot of experimental contemporary art platforms were developing, particularly in Southeast Asia. Sorry, I can't remember. Just a second. So I was thinking when I was invited to speak at this and kind of really question curatorial models and approaches, I was just thinking about some of the big questions that arise when developing an exhibition like the APT. One of which I constantly think about is, how we kind of present and compare and select artists working in very different contexts to represent in an exhibition alongside each other, but maintaining a platform that gives voice to a diversity of practices. Particularly where artists from parts of the region may not have access to studios or materials, or be making art in political, environmental or economic struggle, and sometimes under serious censorship and different forms of censorship. So kind of thinking about how can we represent art from these contexts with respect and integrity, keeping in mind we're a public institution, so we're very audience focused, and it's a free exhibition, so we have a large and diverse audience. And how we can maintain that integrity when we're taking practices out of context and putting them in a different context, particularly when you might be taking artwork from a context that doesn't have big art galleries like we have in Australia. Also, how do we deal with subjects of political sensitivity and trauma in a contemporary art exhibition in a meaningful and, again, respectful way? And for me, APT, we often get comments on that the APT is a very political exhibition, sometimes as a criticism. Sometimes, it is seen as this platform where people do come to kind of learn about the politics of the region as well. It's talked about in that way. For me, I believe working with contemporary art in the Asia-Pacific region is kind of inherently political, thinking about, what is happening and what has happened in the region, and its relationships to contemporary art. And not saying that necessarily manifests in a very kind of singular and very overt political statement, but often through representing artists working with political issues, which is also a significant part of the exhibition, and it's a chance for us to kind of think about political context and where histories can be explored. And so it also becomes a platform for our audiences to learn about these concerns and to open up discussions. So also there's the consideration of working with Asian and Pacific art in Australia, which also has its own social and political implications. And recognising the diversity in our Australian communities and how to kind of access and engage that. And I guess lastly, you know, how can we represent these in a public institution? How can we remain experimental and continue to question embedded values and biases in a museum as well while we're doing this? So just a couple of things on that very particular APT model before I start with some more interesting slides. So the APT is largely an in-house curatorial team with guest curators coming in to often work on quite focused projects within the larger exhibition. There generally isn't one overarching theme. I think one of the reasons is it's such a kind of diverse region and, you know, quite broad region that we do cover, so I think imposing one theme, and we have a number of different curators working on it, would be a little bit unfair and maybe a bit disjointed. But it is an exhibition that has these, you know, quite strong multiple thematic narratives, which we then very kind of deliberately highlight through the exhibition displays. We have different spaces, so we can set these up, you know, quite coherently sometimes. And then, you know, further through our discursive platforms, through our catalogue writing, public programs, that kind of thing. It's an ongoing exhibition, so kind of one exhibition might inform the next. So we do kind of think about it as having those kind of relationships between editions. It's also linked to our collection, so we do collect a lot of work for our collection through the APT. So this may impact the selection of works at times. And, you know, those works are considered in broader museum activities as well. And so I think, you know, this collecting from a Biennale type exhibition, it can be considered maybe problematic in certain contexts, but I think it also gives us opportunities as well. On a similar note, the APT is now kind of 25 plus years old. And has undergone big transformations and lots of different staff, including some in this room that have been involved before. But so I think it has come to a point where we can start thinking about the exhibition art historically. It's almost, well, it is now, you know, really a generation, you know, a generation between the beginning and the beginning of the APT and now. And many artists are kind of thinking about those generational influence as well, keeping in mind that, you know, some of those artists that were showing in the 90s in certain countries, that was kind of at a time when contemporary art from some of those contexts was only just starting to be internationalised. So I thought I'm going to focus on some projects from the past two APTs, mainly focusing on artists from South and Southeast Asia that I've been working with, but also speaking about some other projects alongside these, just to give to add some context, acknowledging that, you know, some of these projects my colleagues were working on, but I thought it would also might be interesting to think about how some of these artists that you might be familiar with are contextualised in, you know, in that forum in Brisbane, you know, amongst other artwork from the Asia Pacific region. So I'm going to start with the most recent exhibition. So this is the 9th APT, which opened late last year and just closed in April earlier this year. And so I just thought I'd walk through some of the projects and really pick out some of those strong thematic threads, if you like. So just firstly, wanted to talk about an artwork that was really placed quite deliberately. Right at the beginning of the exhibition, it was directly opposite the kind of sponsors and supporters signage, and it's an artwork by quite a young Indigenous Australian artist from one of the Central Australian communities by the name of Vincent Namatjira, and it's actually these portraits, 3 different series of portraits of 7 figures, and the very top you have the 7 recent prime ministers at the time that he painted them. You probably all know we go through prime ministers very quickly, but at the time, the 7 prime ministers. The bottom row is the 7 wealthiest people in Australia, and the middle row is the 7 elders and artists, senior artists from Vincent's community. So it was already setting up one of the big thematic threads of the exhibition, and this was ideas of wealth and power, and how artists can negotiate and can kind of present different ideas about power and can question our power relationships and play with forms of value, really. Also placing an Indigenous Australian artist at the beginning of the exhibition also kind of signalled that, you know, Indigenous art is a big part of this exhibition, and you know, Australian voices are really central to discussions from other parts of the Asia Pacific region as well. Similarly, also placed at the entrance to the exhibition were these incredible big rings, which are called tutana. They're from a group of people called the Tolai people in East New Britain, in kind of far eastern part of Papua New Guinea. And these are actually constructed from shell money. So they're kind of threaded with these tiny little shells that are actually a usable currency in East New Britain amongst the Tolai people today. So you can actually pay for things with these rings. And they're constructed into these incredible large, almost like bank, you know, they act almost as like banks, this collection of money. So objects with, you know, enormous cultural value, enormous cultural meaning, they feature in ceremonies and things like that as well. So again, you know, placing objects like this at the beginning of the exhibition to kind of signal that questions of cultural value will arise throughout the exhibition as well in different ways. I wanted to briefly talk about including Rashid Arain in this exhibition for a number of reasons. He was one of the first artists that kind of I was involved with for this edition, invited quite early. And I think, you know, through Rashid, there's, you know, clearly these questions of power arise. You know, many of you will be very familiar with Rashid, a long history of really kind of challenging dominant narratives in the art world, and you know, particularly Western hegemonies that operate in the art world through his artwork over a very long period of time and through an enormous publication output. But I mean, one of the things that I was really interested with Rashid was, you know, he was asking a lot of these questions, you know, in the 70s and 80s of, you know, the place for non-Western artists in these dominant discourses, and you know, acknowledging that there's been this kind of very big recent interest again in Rashid's work. And for me, it was kind of thinking about, well, all those questions that he asked back then, you know, what do they mean now? And I still think a lot of them haven't necessarily been addressed or addressed adequately. Just, you know, very quickly, we included works from different parts of Rashid's career. So from the 1950s in the front here, the sculpture, more recent of his abstract works, which he's kind of returned to at different parts of his career. But on the left here, these works from the late 80s and early 90s, known as they were called his cruciform works, where he placed images and symbols from the Western world against images and symbols and artworks from the Islamic world, in this kind of tension that he could continually kind of experiment with and play with. This was really at a time where there was the US militarized occupations in various parts of the Gulf, and Rashid was very kind of confronted with how that played out in the global media, and himself coming from an Islamic country, but living in London, so kind of noticing the racism and the perceptions that that was building. And just on the opposite side, sorry, can't see it very well, but just wanted to show what we placed next to Rashid's work, which was a work by Burmese artist Soa Wongsi, who his family was exiled a long time ago from Myanmar. But it's, sorry you can't see it, but it's a big diagram, and he has actually researched heavily a lot of the events, power structures, organisations, global companies, nations that have been involved in different ways in the situation in Myanmar today and in recent history, and really mapped these out and connected them. So, you know, again, these kind of, you know, the way that artists can construct these power relationships and allude us to these power relationships, that I think in a way sometimes artists can only really grab our attention to some of these issues in a certain way that's very different to, you know, what you might read in a book or news headlines. The other thing I want to say about Rashid was we also were really quite interested in looking at non-objective practices that are present in the Asia Pacific, and we included, you know, really thinking about how, I mean, as Rashid was always kind of advocating for artists from non-Western backgrounds to be accepted into and part of the discourse around practices such as this in that dominant discourse, but thinking about how artists use non-objective art in different ways in the region, and sometimes that these are very closely aligned or in dialogue with practices in, you know, the big art centres of the world, but how sometimes these evolve completely exclusively of them as well. So sorry, I'm just losing myself a little bit. And you know, how you can kind of counter Western-centric readings of art history in the process. And so Rashid was a very big, prominent voice to this discussion. So some of the other, you know, more senior artists or deceased artists that were part of that conversation were Hassan Sharif, so of course a great pioneer and hugely influential in the UAE for conceptual art. And also Roberto Chabet, so someone who was hugely influential in the Philippines and really remained in the Philippines and really kind of dedicated himself to the development of conceptual art in the Philippines, and a great mentor to many. But these were, of course, in dialogue with a lot of younger artists, including Ayesha Sultana, so Bangladeshi artist, who shows here at Experimenta, and you know, some extraordinary works that we included in the exhibition from her, made of graphite. If any of you have seen these, I mean, the pictures don't really do them justice. They've got this extraordinary kind of tactility to them, and they, you know, look very kind of machine-made from a distance, and then you get close, and they've got this, you know, beautiful handmade texture to them. And so thinking about some of these, you know, abstract processes and how you can kind of talk about them or think about them either in, you know, big kind of global contexts or in very local ones. Ayesha always talks about how, you know, she, you know, her observations in Dhaka and the architecture and life and the smells and the sounds of Dhaka really informed these works. In kind of another approach to this, Handi Wematsumputra, so an Indonesian artist, part of the Jendela group, so part of a group that really resisted, you know, this dominant in Indonesia and Yogyakarta specifically, very kind of politically driven artwork to make abstract work and conceptual art, which, you know, I found is kind of such a unique kind of form of abstraction for him, really coming from quite a different place, and you know, he's Sumatran and gets a lot of kind of inspiration from the language and the phrases of the Minangkabau people. Waqas Khan, so Lahore-based Pakistani artist, and I was, always quite interested how that his work so often talked about having these relationships with these, big, very well-known European and American abstract artists, which I kind of never really understood or never found the kind of evidence for, but beautiful works that I think come from a different place altogether. And then so kind of thinking about some of the links of these non-objective practices you can construct in different parts of the Asia Pacific. So Ayesha Sultana was placed against two sisters, two artists from the Northern Territory in Australia, whose works, and are very much related to knowledge and stories and a sense of place and ceremony from their communities, but of course have this incredible abstract quality to them as well. So kind of another kind of considerations, particularly around the South Asian artists included in this exhibition, was thinking about language and poetry, which also relates back to Rashid in a sense, this enormous kind of publishing voice who also used Urdu in his works at different times in different ways to make political statements. And how language and poetry is deployed in South Asia, and also thinking about the border tensions at the time, and kind of thinking about how language influences, informs so much artwork in South Asia in different ways, and how that is related to those regional tensions and histories as well. So Shilpa Gupta's work, which many of you will be familiar with, was showing in Kochi at the same time. Also artists like Naiza Khan, who this ongoing series of work called Heavenly Ornaments is really underscored by her reading of a text called Heavenly Ornaments that was this kind of moral lesson and social obligations that were placed on young Muslim women in Pakistan, and kind of her reaction to that, grabbing from different points in history and different contexts these garments, and kind of reconstructing them, garments that at different, sometimes were considered, ideals of beauty, but at other times really restricted the female body and contained it, or protected it, you might say. Mittu Sen, of course, language and poetry, and really challenging language and deconstructing language, such a big part of her practice, in very kind of playful ways sometimes. She of course, she's studied at Shantiniketan. She really calls herself a poet. I think poetry is such a huge part of her practice and really underpins all her works. And her talking about, moving to Delhi, and that she kind of lost this association with Bengali when she couldn't speak Bengali so often there. And so kind of really deconstructing, language, how language operates in response to that. Even artists like Munem Wasif, we presented this, amazing film that he shot in Old Dhaka, but this film, he describes as being this piece of disjointed verses or broken poems, which understands this kind of filmic device, and really, again, informed by literature and informed by poetry. So just thinking about some of the other South Asian artists and in what context they were presented in this show. So Aisha Khalid, which was this incredible, really large-scale commission, specifically for APT9, and a few connections that this built. One being, those kind of weaving practices really explored and highlighted and connected throughout different parts of the exhibition, and thinking about how weaving informs contemporary practice in so many different ways in different places today. But there was also a number of works that really highlighted expressions of spiritualities and drawing from spiritual language, spiritual art forms, religious art, but that could still make quite profound social and political commentary. So Aisha Khalid, and again, connected to language in such a strong way. The title of this work is "Water Has Never Feared the Fire." So it's a piece of text borrowed from Rumi, and really constructed with a lot of Persian imagery based on the Charbagh Gardens and symbols that really appear in many of the kind of big Islamic texts. And 5 minutes. Oh, okay, I have to rush. Sorry. But so thinking about religious objects and spiritual objects deployed in different ways. A work by Vuth Lena, Cambodian artist, built out of these shrines which were taken from a very famous building called the White Building in Phnom Penh that was very controversially knocked down a couple of years ago and kind of displaced these communities. A work by Hatain Lin, which is an artist from Myanmar who was political prisoner for many years, really about his association with Buddhist art. And so this is all made out of alms bowls, and very significantly these alms bowls are turned upside down. And this has become, over many different points in history in Myanmar, a symbol of protest that monks have actually used, because refusing alms is refuses the kind of the alms giver, this spiritual merit, and it's been an action that monks have carried out against all their military dictatorship at different times in these big protest movements. But also a very personal story of his associations with Buddhism and how Buddhism has been instrumentalized in Myanmar today. I might race through a few of these. Lao artists shown in the exhibition for the first time, including this artist from Luang Prabang, a Hmong woman, Chu Song, and really reinterpreting Hmong spiritual characters and figures and stories. Again, an artist from Laos who has collected these these bombs and parts of bomber planes that still litter the landscape in Laos and turned into these planters. So, conveying this story, this history in the exhibition in quite a simple gesture, but one that I think is still quite profound and you can convey a lot to audiences. Ali Kazim, so these renderings of the Punjabi landscapes of, in and around Lahore, and him looking at the histories of the Harappan empires and those ancient empires. He collects a lot of pottery shards from these areas. And this was shown along even, artists, jewellers, and indigenous artists from Australia and New Zealand who, do these ancient practices of collecting shells and materials and making jewellery from them. So I might quickly skip through I want to briefly say another focus project was called Women's Wealth in this exhibition, which brought together in a workshop model, quite a different model, artists from the Solomon Islands and Bougainville and indigenous artists from Australia to look at different women's practices, but also thinking about that context of making, how knowledge is transmitted in those forums, thinking about weaving circles, thinking about those exchanges, thinking about the cultural value of those objects. So I'm going to race through. I just want to very briefly talk about another focus project curated with one of my colleagues, Abhi Bernal, and Minaz Majumdar, Delhi-based curator, which brought together indigenous vernacular practices in India. Sorry, I'm going to have to race. Just got a couple of minutes, right? Just some precedents for this show. So Sonabai, who showed in 1999 in the third Asia-Pacific Triennial, through Jatindra Jain working with her. So there were these kind of precedents. Of course, indigenous art and kind of artworks from non-mainstream contemporary practices have always been a part of APT. Also wanted to mention these exchanges between Indigenous artists and Australian Indigenous artists and Indian indigenous artists, including Jambal Marawili and Gunabi Ganaba, who studied under Jambal Marawili, but also Jangar Singh Sham being the, one of the other artists, and Jangar Singh Sham's nephew, Venkat, was included in the show. So you have these kind of generations of indigenous practices from both places. So sorry, I'm going to skip through these. So Kaligat painting, Patachitra scrolls, Warli paintings, Gond art, Mitila art, and just some of the other projects from South Asian artists. Asim Waqif, really thinking about some of the non-white cube practices that were emerging from India at the time. Prabhakar Pashpute, another great artist, shows at Experimenta. So can I just say a couple of words to just summarise them, and I'll flick through the rest. So I guess and one of the things that I've really thought about, and I think it's become quite important to working on the APT more recently, is thinking about these trans-regional relationships and the changing power structures in the region and how they manifest both inside and outside of the art world. How these resonate with other histories and social movements. We think a lot about how the Pacific is viewed, for example, as a periphery, but is now becoming kind of this centre of power plays around the region. Similarly, seeing Brisbane or Australia as this periphery of various regions, but you can have a central discussion about certain art practices. Indigenous links throughout Australia, the Pacific, through Taiwan and the Philippines and elsewhere. But also, how the exhibition platforms can have these dialogue with big social and political movements. So thinking about something like the non-aligned movement, thinking about Tagore's and Shantiniketen's relationships that constructed, which really didn't rely on kind of a Western legitimation or kind of centering, and how these kind of shift our perceptions and how we contextualise art practices as well. So sorry, I had to race through that little bit at the end, but I might leave it there. I'll flick through the rest of the slides anyway. I had a lot.
Maybe as the question and answers, we can again go through the slides.
Sure.
Vidhi? Maybe we can keep going through the slides. Yeah. Speak. Slowly.
Thanks, Tarun. It was also great that you started with just mentioning APT, the second and third editions as well, because one of the really one I sort of also just realized even more the personal significance that this model holds was when working with Nilima Sheikh, and she mentioned when we were just discussing for Documenta 14 and as the kind of commissioning opportunity for her as an artist who has also taken very conscious breaks in making work and then sort of reading and doing a lot of other activities that have to do with teaching or being part of activism practices and all of this. But for her, at that point, she said, there's this work I did in the second APT, and that was very important for me. And I want to use that as a reference for what I do for Documenta. And that was just really special to have her kind of cycle back to that point. Between that point and then more recently another large-scale work that she then eventually did.
So I've got a photo, that's why I'm racing through this.
And and as someone who took all these sort of, that one. Yeah, so just it's just more an anecdote, but it was also to stress on the fact that APT in that sense, of course it's a museological triennale, which is quite different from, say, one that is really going into public spaces and engaging with social context outwards in that sense. Here it seems more that it's that the institution, that facade that we see is what holds all of this in it. And yet the kind of commissioning practice that it generated in the 90s was absolutely, in that sense, novel and has so much value even today. And so also in India, a lot of those works didn't show. So they just stay with us as these images. And so what I'm just thinking about in this rather roundabout way is how to bring those, what to do with those gaps, right? That here we are sitting and, you know, we still haven't seen those works. And for the artists, they're still very vivid and they're still referencing those works they did at APT in their current practices, especially the older artists. So what do we do with the gaps in that sense? I know that there's a library and archive. Perhaps you could just highlight that in QA Goma, I went and I saw that there's a archive on APT that is accessible.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you know, that does pick up some really important considerations for us as working on the APT. I mean, of course, most of us that work there, you know, started working at the gallery a long time after this this period in the 90s, which is still talked about as being quite influential. And, you know, one of these very rare platforms where artists were doing big commissions, I mean, particularly from places like Southeast Asia. You know, many artists, I know from when I travel around and meet some of the more senior artists, or even the younger artists that were influenced by those senior artists showing, and it was sometimes the first times they were asked to commission a major work and show it in an international context, sometimes in dialogue with works from their neighbouring countries that they actually don't exhibit in their own countries. So I think there is that incredibly important history. And it's kind of something we need to continue thinking about because, you know, what do you do with that? APT doesn't serve that same function now at all. But I think it is, you know, there is a big archive. I think it's a big part of what we do working now with the APT. You know, we've got that distance of time to look back and think about what was happening then. You know, we often even developing our conferences and things like that, like look back at those old papers. There's like some of the things that Gita Kapoor said at the time, you know, have great relevance now, are really interesting to revisit. I mean, Nilima's a really interesting example, and I was going to go on to talk about that because it hadn't been shown for a very long time before I put it in this show a couple of years ago called The Long Story. So it was this chance to kind of revisit that work and try and mine and find information about it. I found there was very little and actually was able to speak to Nilima and actually record all this information about it. And then was able to construct a show around it, and you can see with Wiley paintings, with textiles from Kutch, with works from other parts of the Asia Pacific, and really recontextualize them because they're in the collection, which I guess you don't get to do.
Do you want to talk a little bit about The Long Story?
I'll touch on it, yeah, I can touch on it very briefly. So I was just going to mention this, which was a collection exhibition that happened in between those two APTs that I spoke about briefly. It was called The Long Story, partly, you know, as a response to, you know, constructing these massive, you know, blockbuster exhibition, and that it's often a very quick consumption of an artwork placed in an international context that that sometimes loses the stories, you know, the kind of the slower stories that you want to tell about them. So we're really looking at different parts of the collection and taking works out and really thinking about, you know, what other stories we'd like to tell. And so really focused on, you know, the different ways artists engage with history, you know, from creation stories, from, you know, textile artists starting to turn to narrative textiles. You know, there's a section that really looked at conflict in the region and the way that artists have responded to conflict or actually created, you know, really began to write those histories of conflict through art. as well as how conflict might influence contemporary art in different parts of the region, including historical objects and thinking about kind of propaganda and how that might function in Japanese war prints, next to kind of Chinese, political pop art. Looking at public representation and how artists in Asia and the Pacific, use the body and use the public to make, quite bold political statements at times as well. Yeah, so I guess, having this collection, you get to, and collecting from an exhibition like that, you can really start exploring different contexts and set up different dialogues with those works as well.
And can you share a little bit more about this sort of methodology of having a kind of project exhibition within the Triennale, where there was, this time you said, you shared Kalpavriksha as an example, of course, but also Women's Wealth.
Yeah.
But when did that begin? Was it?
That's. I mean, that's been kind of more recent part of the exhibition, but for at least the past 4 or 5 editions, I think an exhibition the size of APT, and it's got many different gallery spaces, kind of does give you the chance to, and we kind of acknowledge that sometimes you can only work with a couple of artists from a certain context or a certain country, but so we do try and develop these focus projects that allows a slightly more focused look at a particular region, context, idea, type of practice. And that's often where then we'll bring in external advisors, co-curators. So I did want to mention that Women's Wealth project, which was quite a different exhibition model, which was a kind of almost an exhibition within the APT, that my colleague developed, Ruth McDougall, along with an external co-curator, Sana Balai, that could really, that enabled them to do this incredible workshop in Bougainville, bringing artists from the Solomon Islands across, which has this long history of exchange, and they're located very close to each other, and their art practices, have such connections over history, but has been divided by this national border for so long, which has stopped this exchange. So it's it's a real chance to kind of through a triennial having that time, that 3 years, with those focus exhibitions to try and really almost like develop a very specific exhibition within this huge kind of regional, expansive exhibition.
Great, thank you. Are there questions in the audience?
There are questions on that side. You can get the first one, second one.
Thanks, Torun. It's nice to see some of the works again. For those of you who don't know, I also had the pleasure of working on the APT for a number of years also. I guess I was curious, since I left in 2006, there's been quite a shift in definitions of the Asia-Pacific within the project, quite markedly towards the Middle East. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the decisions to include the idea of a Middle East and an Asia. And then secondly, one of the big reasons I left was this frustration in commissioning projects with communities across Southeast Asia and realizing they're not being seen back home. And so I went and picked myself up and took myself over there. But I was just wondering, to what extent do you think an APT in 2000 and when's the next one, 2021?
End of 21, yeah.
Yeah. To what extent can we think about 2021 as an APT vision outside of Australia? Is it possible to, in knowing the vast networks that have been built over 25 years of the project, do you think the Australian people and its government are at a time and place where they can identify the need to take what they're doing beyond the nation's borders?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question, and I think I knew Zoe was going to ask a hard question because she was involved in APT before me, anyway. But a very, very important, a couple of things there. I mean, one is how you define that Asia-Pacific region. I think this is something that we continually ask ourselves. I don't think it's up to us to define that region necessarily, but I think it's for us to consider how we can more meaningfully engage with it, what our strengths are, what our opportunities and possibilities are. I think it was some time before Middle Eastern countries, West and Central Asia came into the APT. I think more recently we've kind of probably thought more about what is our kind of core geography dictated by the access and our knowledge of those contexts, as well as the history of APT. So I think we've kind of collectively thought that maybe we should put more focus on those places that the APT has that long history with. We've got the greater networks, the greater knowledge for, and that art from kind of the further expanse of that region perhaps needs to really have dialogues with that kind of core or closer geography. I think the other really important question you ask, about these big commissions that don't get seen at home, which is I think it's a huge question, and I was going to just mention that briefly with an artwork like Futh Lino's, which I showed up here. So this huge tower, which has such a local connection. I mean, it's about people's domestic shrine, so it's the spirits of their houses from this building in this community that's been completely displaced. But I think, and taking responsibility of that, which...
I don't mean to interrupt rudely, but I just want, this is a really good example, because when I was in Phnom Penh before it was shipped, no one would enter the gallery space where it was being stored.
Yeah.
And it was quite marked as that, why is there not anyone going inside? And they're like, there's at least 100 dead people in that room, and I don't want to go anywhere near it. And then we see it in a nice fancy white cube space, and it's appreciated for very different reasons. But how do we get those stories back into the gallery exhibition space is what I'm still left questioning.
No, absolutely. And I mean, I had, hesitations about this. We had a lot of conversations. I think,
got it in there.
Consultations like the kind of key to that, and consulting not only with that artist but with other people from that context. I think, for this work specifically, there's a lot of conversations with Lino about this. When I first kind of heard about it, when he first kind of proposed it, I didn't even really think it would be the kind of thing that someone would collect. I didn't think he'd want to even kind of part with it. But in the end, he said, "Look, I've got no way of storing this. I can't present it." He did actually build it and show it to the local community as best he could, but he said it's not going to survive there. And he already had connections to the gallery, knew we had a Cambodian collection, so it was really quite comfortable with passing that over. But that custodianship is something to be taken very seriously as well. And I think with a lot of the works that we commission and collect, especially out of Pacific communities, maybe even more so. And many of those, that custodianship again is something that sometimes has to be passed over, and it's actually a great responsibility for the institution to take them. I think it's something we take quite seriously now and still are perhaps learning about. But that responsibility has to be conveyed to everyone as well. Just what you're taking into. But related to that, and with a project like this, that it has done that in one sense, but it was very much constructed. Brought these different artists together in the region. So it wasn't a matter of just going around and commissioning each one of them and collecting their works and taking them away. But the important thing was that this workshop was held in the region so that artists could have this exchange there. So, you know, when you're talking about taking that out of Australia and back to the region, I think that's one of the ways we're at least attempting to do so. Yeah.
There's a question at the back. Speak in.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, Tarun. My question comes out of a curiosity concerning positionality with regard to representation. There is kind of a debate that's been going on within the cultural critics and artists trying to tell stories of non-native artists coming into other areas and trying to tell stories of, let's say, a native community. It can be an indigenous community or otherwise. And there are semantic criticisms that's going on about who has the right to tell whose story. And there's this whole power shift between, for example, the African world and the American and Eurocentric world going in and telling stories. And there's a process of reversal of that happening. How do you see, when you look at works for collections or for exhibits, how do you look at what are the factors that go on at your end with regard to selecting what works? Is there a preference for native artists telling native stories? That's something that's always been there. But how do you look at non-native artists telling stories of other communities and the politics and decisions?
I don't think we'd normally include them in the exhibition, to be honest. I think, I mean, you're talking about really cultural appropriation, right? I think, and you know, coming from an Australian context, I think we have still a lot to learn about representing Indigenous artists from our own country, for starters. But it is something that galleries, institutions, the art market has. Indigenous art plays quite a big role in Australia, and that manifests in many different ways. You know, it's not traditional art all the time. It's very contemporary often. There are artists working very much in urban contexts, confronting political contexts, working with all kinds of materials. There are other artists working in communities, telling stories that are really particular to that community. So I think the important thing is understanding and respecting the protocols around them, also how those artists identify themselves, and respecting all of that. But I think if it came to an artist from outside those contexts stepping into I can't really think of an example where that's happened, apart from where perhaps an artist has a very strong link to that community and has been accepted into, and that community has maybe said, given them the rights, given them the copyright to do so. But I still can't really think of an example where we have included a work like that, or why we would need to. It's kind of, it has happened in the past a number of times to me where artists from other countries I've spoken to and, invited them to do a project, of course, the first thing they say is, well, I want to come and work with Aboriginal artists, which has never happened, which is kind of the answer to the question maybe. But, I mean, my question is always, well, which Aboriginal artists did you want to work with? Have you got a relationship to the community? Do you understand these communities? Who's invited you from that community to engage with that story, or even visit that place? And I think that answer to that is, determinate, really.
We've run out of time for this session. Do you have a question? No, okay. So, and in case any questions crop up, we also do have the roundup discussion. This is an invitation to please stay for tomorrow, since then we can actually have a bigger conversation also between the different participants and the audience, which is the end of the day tomorrow. So thank you.
Thank you, Natasha.
We will take a 10-minute tea break.
Our last speaker for today is Nayanthara Gurung Kakshpati, who lives in Kathmandu, Nepal, and works at the intersections of visual storytelling, research, pedagogy, and collective action. In 2007, she co-founded Photo Circle, a platform that facilitates learning, exhibition making, and publishing opportunities for Nepali photographers that is working in increasingly transdisciplinary ways. I recall receiving the Photo Circle newsletters in my inbox for quite a while before having met Nayanthara and knowing what a force she is, thinking, who is behind this thing? So it's been great to actually get to know her in the last 2 years or so and have her with us today. She's also co-founded Nepal Picture Library in 2011, a digital archiving initiative that works towards diversifying Nepali social and cultural history by centering the histories of women, Dalit, Madhesi, indigenous and queer people. Nayanthara is also the co-founder and festival director of Photo Kathmandu, an international festival that takes place in Kathmandu every 2 years. And she will be speaking through some of these models and her current commitments through them.
Thank you, Natasha. I'm glad our newsletter was badgering you before we actually met. Thank you for having me here, Priyanka, Pratik. I had heard a lot about the hub, and then last year, for the first time, I was at the art fair and saw your booth, and understood Experimenter's role as a gallery. But being here and seeing this, really I think gives me really expanded understanding of even the role of a gallery in the ecology that we work in and inhabit. So great to be here. I'm going to try to present sort of 3 pieces of this, the work that we've been doing in the last 12 years or so now. Photo Circle. So, it's always a bit of a struggle to describe what Photo Circle is. We work as a collective, but we're not really a collective. We run a lot of workshops and learning initiatives, but we're not a school. We work like an agency in the sense we represent photographers and help them to actually put their work out into the market, but we're not an agency. So our role really sort of morphs and responds to the needs of the community and the interests of the community as well. We try to support in a conscious way the making of images, and we try to also work with the image makers in distribution of those images in various forms. So we publish, but we're not publishers. We make exhibitions, but we're not a gallery, or a museum. So I think a lot of what has happened in the last couple of years is a lot of our work has gone into the thinking around and through images as well, through a cross-section of programming that we do. A lot of our work is shaped by, a certain set of commitments that we really try to sort of work with. And one is really the commitment to the public, because we really feel like a huge part of our work has been about creating community, and I don't mean that just in terms of a professional community or an artistic community, but really, or an intellectual community, but really sort of bridging our work and the work that our community does with a much larger Nepali public. And our work is also shaped by our sort of commitment towards the archive and to looking back and looking at history and sort of connecting that with looking forward, and to creating ways for some of this intergenerational knowledge sharing to happen in our own communities. And our work is also influenced, I think, largely by, yes, definitely the need to critique and resist, but also to build and to be generative, because in many ways we're starting from scratch. And we were just, a little chat earlier, sort of, I often find myself and the work that we do on the periphery of most communities that we work with. We're not in the middle of the mainstream art, community. We're not in mainstream media. We're not in mainstream education. So it's really functioning at the peripheries of all of this, but really thinking about what that allows us to do. And one thing that does allow us is a great deal of independence and sort of, and earlier this had come up, right, freedom, but also in the context of what, like what kind of a freedom. But it does allow us to do many things and be many things and say many things that are perhaps more difficult to do when you're at the center. So I think we've been thinking about that more consciously in the last couple of years, and learning how to actually use that as a strategy in our work, and see that actually perhaps as an opportunity and a strength, like you were just saying too, Tarun, as opposed to really sort of, a disadvantage, and really also turning our own sort of our own understanding of where we are at in Nepal as beyond just a story of lack, because when we started out, it was really about, we don't have the infrastructure, we don't have the spaces, but really sort of saying, how can we work within all of that with what we have and what we are able to generate for ourselves. So I will start off with this project because, so like I said, we started out in 2007, and for me, it's been a lot of sort of logistics and fundraising and admin and the grunt of it. And so I was really sort of hungry for more generative opportunities and sort of deep dives and more creative sort of possibilities even for myself. And so the Feminist Memory Project came about as an opportunity to do that with a close friend who is the co-curator of this project, Divas Rajakesi. Divas has a background in history, and he's a trained film editor as well. And so we set out on this sort of, it's been quite an adventure and an ongoing one, really as an effort to sort of build a dedicated archive for the histories of, and I say histories because we really do see this as a plurality of the various women's and feminist movements in Nepal, and really focusing on the relationship between visibility, memory, and history. So really trying to sort of flesh these things out. We really believe that, to become public is to be seen, and therefore to be sort of accounted for in history. And so the journey of Nepali women from within the boundaries of the domestic sphere to the openness of public life is really a move from obscurity to memory. It rides on the feminist impulse to memorialize women's pasts, and in the belief that their historical visibility will advance the case for liberation. So in the process, we've really in the very initial research phase was only about 5 months, and we had a team of 4 researchers led by Divas. And as we fanned out sort of in an effort to try to source material and identify people to source from, we really realized that many women in the last 5, 6, 7 decades had been archiving and memorializing in their own way. And so it was really sort of also beginning to network those archives that were literally in shoeboxes and under people's beds and in closets tucked away. So the images that we were able to uncover through the Feminist Memory Project illustrate narratives from the past when women have really taken on political struggles, addressed assemblies, paved new paths through education, published and shaped opinion, traveled and described the world, and become figures of authority, and have broken social norms in so many ways. And these images really show us, I think, a view of how publicness itself has emerged as a key feminist strategy in Nepal. And I think the visual has this remarkable, evidentiary potential, and so really a visual archive really being really important evidence, in a way to prove, because there is this great need to prove the role and the participation of women in history, apparently. Right? So the visual allows us to see with our eyes and sort of therefore believe, and so we were trying to sort of see if we can actually make people believe. The archive also, a visual archive we found in, a socio-political and cultural context like ours in Nepal, does have the possibility to enter people's sort of imagination of the past and therefore their present in powerful ways. And we've found that efforts to locate women in Nepali history thus far has really been limited to celebrating successes, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's very important to do, but we really wanted to move away from just the mere sort of canonization that kind of work often is limited to, and we also really wanted to try to move away from mere representation, right? So we felt, the need to really try to index the lives of Nepali women in ways where, that really pointed to what they were doing, so really looking at that agency. And also, the doing involved many things, like the earlier image at the rally was one of the first sort of public turnouts, and I should go to that image. And this was 1981, and there had been an incident where 2 young girls had been raped, and the various organizations within various political parties had called for, a coming together and a protest, and there were several rallies and protests like this around the country. 1981, you're organizing without social media. These were questions that we had. How did these women do it? And what's happened now if we sort of call for a protest? Are we going to see this kind of a turnout if we are protesting sexual violence, for example, on the streets today? So looking back has really allowed for some of these questions to come up, and really for us to open some of these conversations with these older women who were part of these movements, who were very much shaping these movements. And we often talk about, gaps in intergenerational exchange, but how to really address these gaps, right? Like, what kind of conversations are possible? What kind of spaces do we have to have these conversations? So I do want to share this particular story, and I'll just deep dive into this one, and then there's a lot of content, so I cannot go over everything. But these are ID photos, like taken for citizenship purposes, I think, cards, of a group of women, and these were taken in 1979 in the far western part of Nepal, in Dang. And in 1979, there was this very important peasant revolt that was led by women that had taken place. And all of this had completely vanished from our memory. And it was really sort of this excavation of that history that allowed for one of our researchers, Nisha Rai, to go there back to Dang and to meet 13 of the women who had been part of that movement. The revolt had actually led to land reforms back then in the late 70s and the early 80s, and so these women had really sort of played this very crucial role in that land reform process. I do want to take their names because a lot of our work is about naming people and visibilizing them, and so here, out of the 13, you can see with us today, Kewala Chaudhary, Pathar Kali Chaudhary, Shanti Chaudhary, Soma Kumari Chaudhary, Ashma Chaudhary, Indira Chaudhary, Nanachi Chaudhary, Prem Kumari Chaudhary, Sita Chaudhary, Maya Kumari Chaudhary, Ram Krishni Chaudhary, Bel Keshari Chaudhary, and Suraj Kali Chaudhary. The Chaudhary is a ethnic group, an indigenous group, and so they are all Tharu women, and so of one indigenous group. So these are the kinds of slow excavations that the project has allowed us to do, and I mean, you know, yesterday and today too, this has come up a lot, really this sort of the binary of the aesthetic and the political, right? And for, I don't know, for us, we feel these are incredibly aesthetic, but also incredibly political. So I totally agree with everybody else who was making a case for that non-binary. So just to quickly show you also how then we moved very quickly from this 5-month research period to then actually putting the work out, because we wanted to show it quite immediately, because for us archiving really is that sort of dialogic process, and the quick turnaround of activating an archive actually allows us, we feel, to further build the archive. And so this is for sure for us an ongoing project. And so the first iteration of the exhibition took place at Photo Kathmandu last year. It was very much sort of in the public sphere. And now for the second phase of the research, I think we found that people have really responded to that actual exhibition, because they can finally sort of, you know, an idea just goes into something more tangible, and so they're responding to that. So these are just some quick images from the festival. We would like to publish this material, so we're working on a series of publications. This is a project we did 2 years ago, where we are looking at sort of the Dalit and the caste experience in Nepal. And so we'd like to put out a nice book like this, but we're also really thinking, well, where's this book going to go, really? You know, we want to reach people who can't afford this. I mean, this book is highly subsidized in terms of what it costs to produce. So we sell it for like 1,000 rupees, but even 1,000 rupees is expensive, right? I mean, who's going to buy this 1,000 rupee book in Kathmandu and in Nepal? So we're really thinking about different ways of also publishing. The last set of publications we did all cost 200 rupees, and we put it out into the market, really trying to see what kinds of audiences we can reach. A lot of grunt work goes into all of this, like as you all know, and it's not all sexy, you know, and it's a lot of labor. And so really it is the dedication of these teams to really sort of do the, you know, the slow grind. But that slow grind has really allowed for things like this to happen. So I just wanted to share with you, I think one of the things I feel like has been most productive from this process has been this database that we've been able to create. And you can see, like, so for this initial phase of the research, there were, we collected material from 107 sources, and those included individuals, but also institutions, like GFont is a labor union. And Mangla Devi Singh is a very prominent political figure. And Binda Pandey is currently a member of parliament, but she's been in politics for over 3 decades. So, you know, just to give you a sense of sort of the database that is being created, and really to think about possibilities of engaging then with such databases and with such sort of, you know, processes of building relationships with each of these people, you know, because I think for us that's been really a key part of this. And so now when we build on this project for the next phase of research, we have 107 sources already who can help us snowball this and, you know, send us spinning into many, many different directions, I'm sure. So this is just to give you a sense of that. Jumping quickly now to this, because I think for us, a lot of our work, the way we've been thinking about it is that, you know, we're a small team. There are only so many hours in the day, although some people really know how to defy that somehow. We've been trying to think about how to connect the dots a lot, you know, and how to make sense of our work as a cumulative sort of impact. And so how to go from one project to another without feeling completely, you know, whacked in the head. And so this opportunity came along. It was actually an invitation of sorts, or a prompt of sorts, by the artist Amar Kanwar, who many of you probably know and know his work. I will speak about his work a little bit later in the context of the festival. But he basically invited us to respond to something that he's been working on through his last body of work, which is a film. And he initiated something that he calls the Curriculum of Studies into Darkness. And, you know, essentially, this invitation for me personally became a really special way to start a collaboration with a dear friend of mine who is a therapist, Prathma Raghavan, who is from India but lives in Nepal. And Prathma works a lot as a disability support professional, and also as a school counselor at the moment. And her work is really as a therapist, you know, really about sort of repair, right, and to rebuild. And so, you know, when this invitation came along, so Amar's work, you know, talks a lot about ways of recomprehending the difficult times that we are living in politically and in many other ways. And he asks these questions: what is it that lies beyond when all arguments are done with, and how to reconfigure and respond again? And for us, we've just been working on the Feminist Memory Project through 2018. And this invitation really became an opportunity to think through some of the processes of that, because like I said, you know, we were going to all these women and these organizations and saying, you know, what were the challenges for you guys in terms of coming together, in terms of your movements, in terms of building these intersectional bridges, you know, what were the real challenges? Because often we don't talk about it so much, you know, movements fall apart, institutions like fall apart, solidarities fall apart. And so for us it became an opportunity to try to understand the imperfection in also solidarity building work. And you know, so many things play a role in all of this, like why was there a fight? Why did this NGO kind of suddenly die? You guys were doing amazing work. Oh, funding became an issue, you know. Interpersonal relationships are tough, you know, egos, leadership, all sorts of issues, real things that happen to real people like all of us. And so really trying to understand some of these challenges and then create space to talk about them, because it's often we either point fingers, you know, and then it becomes like this big public fight between two public figures, or it becomes like institutions that don't speak to each other, etc. So where's the space for us to actually try to negotiate some of this and try to actually build some bridges, especially in a small community like Nepal, right? So if we're constantly just going to sort of have these fractures and not address them, then where do we go from there? And so this project really became an opportunity for us to organize, for the lack of a better word. We've been calling them seminars. We're also calling them explorations, because they're very exploratory in nature. And we've been working across themes, themes that interest us. But the gatherings really are based on a couple of key things. One is to take the time to sit and talk, because in our busy lives, it's so, you know, we meet for like a panel discussion here or a workshop there, and we can't really talk. So I actually, you know, this gathering and this taking of time is so valuable in that, and I really appreciate you guys sort of making that a concerted effort, you know, because a lot can come out of it. Two, it's also been sort of the nature of the groups. So they've been really mixed groups. Some of them are artists, but most of them are not. They're activists, lawyers, therapists, people working in various NGOs and on various issues. So it's journalists, and some of them are there in personal capacities, others are there in institutional sort of capacities. We've decided to do this whole thing without taking any funding, because for us that is another key thing, because funding can shape so many interests and conversations. So it's been a very clear strategy not to do that. In fact, we all sort of pitch in 500 each day for lunch that day or whatever, So, and those who can't won't, and that's fine too. So it's been this sort of open framework that we've been trying to create. And a lot of the thinking around this framework has been influenced and inspired by some really critical work that is being done by direct action activist Vicki Reynolds and her larger community, and this practice which has for a long time remained within the world of psychotherapy, which is called narrative practices, is now sort of spilling over, and many storytellers and artists are also working this. How do we narrativize our lives, whether it's in the context of, an art project or in the context of a healing project, right, and therapy and moving forward. So Pratma has been my sort of gateway to this knowledge and this thinking, and so we've been working through all of this. Just to give you like a very quick sense of what some of the content has been. So it's been really ranging from, this was an exploration we did that we call Learning from the Natural World, and this book by Peter Wohlleben, who's this German forester, and he's been writing about ecological themes in what we call popular language, right? So it's beautiful thinking around the way a forest works together, like social security when it comes to the relationship of trees and forests, and this idea of burnout and this idea of like etiquette, and how all of that is actually in a forest system presented to us in this incredible book that he's written. And then we also were working with this podcast of where Wangari Maathai, who many of you I'm sure know, is a Kenyan environmentalist activist and the first African woman to have received a Nobel Prize. And so, building curriculum for us has been part of this framework, and so it's really using material that is found online, most of the time open source, and sometimes material that the group has access to in different ways, that we're bringing together to build curriculum. This day was followed by this day. And it was a real, actually rough transition of like being in nature and thinking about how we love our ecology and we want to preserve our forests, to then really this stark, conversation around, who are these forests being preserved for, and what about the deprivation and the deep sort of injustice that is happening around ecological work also. Like in Nepal, we've had a lot of problems around the work of protecting our national parks, and lots of international funding has actually shaped discourse in very specific ways. And so it's really difficult within even that sector to talk about these two, what are considered to be two sides of a coin almost, But what if we are people who care about the forests, but who also care about the people who used to live in them? I mean, it's like, how do you navigate then that? Is there no room for any conversation around that? This idea of single stories and stereotypes is really sort of has shaped this framework and the conversations that happen there. And so this is just to give you an idea of an exercise that we had for that session. So we're imagining these 4 characters, right? An indigenous male member of a buffer zone committee involved in poaching, an indigenous woman running a homestay there successfully, a business, a young female US educated conservationist who is also a WWF employee, and a young male local indigenous political activist. And really thinking through the intersections of all these identities and the challenge of these people in working together or working with these issues, etc. And so here you see a set of sort of questions or prompts that we issue, you know, to the group, and it's a lot of talking all day long. We felt a bit guilty, I must say, about sitting in a room, yet another room, sitting down, talking, you know, and what are we doing, you know. So this real sort of balance we try to strike between like the thinking and the doing, and the thinking that should inform the doing, and the doing that should inform the thinking or the making, etc. So really trying to sort of find, I don't know, like a flow through which to work through these processes. Sexual violence has been something that we have been thinking a lot about, sexual harassment in our own communities as well, you know, whether they are professional communities or whether they are within our own, you know, communities of friendships or families also. And so really thinking through some of these issues in this framework, right, has been difficult for sure, very difficult, but I think, I don't know, I do feel in the last 1 year, I do feel we're making a little bit of progress. So really thinking about ideas around shame and stigma and, you know, vulnerability, because we do need to humanize all of this, right? We do need to think of survivors as human beings and of also harm doers as human beings. And that's what Prathama really brings to the table, I think, you know, as being a therapist, really thinking about repair. How do we move on? Especially in this sort of post-Me Too, I don't know, are we post? Are we still in Me Too mode? But really thinking about repair also as something, you know, not in order to brush off incidents and in an effort to not talk about accountability and justice and all of this, but really to say, how do we move forward? You know, how do we move beyond just the call-out culture or the cancel culture that many of us do have to deal with in our own communities? And so that has been a theme. We set up an Instagram feed to put some of this material out, because for each seminar we read a lot, we listen to a lot of material, and so we just wanted to share this and to have it be an open thing. So there's this Instagram thing, there's also this Google Doc as an open source resource, document, platform, whatever, that we put stuff on. So you're all welcome to go to these whatever feeds. The festival. Do we have time? 5 minutes? Okay. So there's a video, and maybe I'll just show you the video and not do a lot of talking, or actually to end with, I'll just quickly maybe, let's save the video for the end. If you could just quickly, I'll show you the video, but maybe that'll like wake you up at the end. And I'll just quickly ramble for like 2 minutes before that. So the festival started in 2015. It was a difficult year, 2015, because I'm sure you all know we had that crazy earthquake, right? And so we were in the midst of planning the festival already, and the earthquake hit, and we were like, we're crazy planning a photo festival, you know, post-earthquake. So we dumped the festival, and we like jumped into all this relief work like everybody else then did. But about 5 months into it, we really felt like even for ourselves, we needed something a little bit hopeful to work on and something like constructive to work on. So we said, okay, let's do this crazy festival. And it was also a time where a certain friendly neighbor of ours had imposed a blockade. And so we were working. We were working in very dire constraints. Zero fuel. We were going around buying fuel for like 500% of the price. Like 2 liters here, 4 liters there. We need to deliver some invitations tomorrow. So for the first year of the festival, we decided to show work only made in and on Nepal. And so we were showing really Nepali photographers like Kishore Sharma and Prasid Stapit. But we were also showing work that was made on Nepal by photographers like Philip Blenkinsop and Kevin Bobruski, who'd been working in Nepal for over 30, 40 years, some of them, but whose work we in Nepal had never seen, because this work always travels like all around the world, but never really comes home. And so this became a way for us to be able to do that for the first year. We felt also, because this is a very public festival, that it was sort of the only way we could think of interfacing to begin with. We wanted to have the Nepali public sort of respond to this work that we were putting out in a very immediate way, because it was also that very difficult year. And so we did not want to touch the earthquake or any topics around natural disasters, but we wanted to look back, and we wanted to kind of look at how we'd lived for this long, and so kind of use that also as a way to look forward. The second year of the festival, we tried to take a step forward. Visual language is something we think a lot about. Just sticking an exhibition out on the street is not necessarily going to make it accessible. And so what kind of a visual language are we sort of speaking through? We were taking decisions like, there was one work by Tasneem Al Sultan, and for the Nepali public, Saudi, as it's fondly referred to, we have a very specific relationship to Saudi, right? Thousands of Nepali migrant laborers go to Saudi to work every day, and so the political imagination of Saudi for a Nepali audience is very specific. But Tasneem's work was like really interesting because it showed this particular class of Saudi women and the lives they lived and the struggles that they faced that were very similar to what struggles women in Nepal faced. And so it was a really interesting, I think, conversation and an opening up of a conversation that happened. So we've been trying to take decisions, sort of curatorial decisions in that way. For us, creating engagement around the work we show is really, really important. So the Lightning Testimonies, again by Amar Kanwar, that I referred to earlier, we invited Amar to show this work as part of Photo Kathmandu last year, 2018. And one of the things we both agreed on, which was like a real good deal breaker, was that it made no sense to try to show this work for a short duration. So we agreed on 6 months. And I had absolutely no idea how we were going to pull it off because we had no venue, no space. And so we were, after a lot of hunting, given at no cost the top floor of this new mall that was being constructed in Thamel, which is like the tourist district in Kathmandu, and we were like, free space, okay, we'll take it. And so we really constructed the housing of the shell for this incredibly powerful work. I'm not going to talk about the work. I'm sure many of you know it intimately. It is incredibly powerful and a real sort of something that lives in you for a long, long time. And so there was a whole production sort of circus that was involved, and but we were really able to sort of bring in Amar's team and Amar himself and really build this from scratch, literally. And so it became this extremely important platform for us for 6 months, throughout which we ran a lot of local programming. So we did do, the upstairs housed the work and the downstairs, so it was 2 floors. We began to install this sort of local response to the work, and so really to create an archive locally of the way sexual violence had been depicted, documented, and the kinds of knowledge production that has happened around the work. We did a lot of public programming. We offered guided tours, so this is a huge part of our work. We train young facilitators to really work with groups who want to come engage with the work. So, you know, and these are young people who are in college or who are like studying engineering or whatever. Using ways, so this letter writing exercise became really exciting for many visitors. We would ask people to think of somebody who was dear to them and write them a letter after they sort of viewed the work and experienced the work, and a lot of like incredible letters. Lots of people took their letters home with them, but some of them left them behind, and you know, the kind of reflection and the kind of like taking of time to impact people as people, young people, children, responding to the work as well. I won't get into the letters because, you know, there's no time, but this one comment, I can't read from here. Why did this happen to me, you, them? I can't read the last word, but that was all somebody left there, this note, you know. And me, you, him, them. Okay. So really, really, you know, the kinds of reflections that we want to create around this issue. This is a letter that this mother wrote to her son, and a really powerful one where she's basically talking about how glad she was that she didn't bring him to the exhibition that day, because he would have been, it was like too early to expose him to the horrors of this violence. But at the same time, how sad she was that he didn't come, because then how are, you know, young men supposed to sort of experience this and think through this, etc. We were working a lot with law students because we really feel the need to talk about justice and the limitations of legal frameworks when we're talking about sexual violence and sexual harassment. So really, you know, trying to think beyond the formal justice system, and to think of alternative ways, and to think of transformative justice as well within the scope of this conversation. Workshops for teachers, how teachers, history teachers, social studies teachers might engage with a work like this and include it into curricula planning. Workshops for mental health professionals and how they might engage with works like this and include it into their practices. Then it also became somehow this like weekly meeting venue for the Me Too Nepal meetings. That there were some stories that broke in the media, you know, right then, and there was a particular case in the theater community in Kathmandu, and so we just, it was very sort of organic. We just started like having these meetings there, and that space somehow just became like this dark room to have these meetings in. But it was like incredible. People were responding, you know, to of course the work, but really to much more, you know, and the relationship of the work with the outside world, and vice versa. And that is what that space has become now as of 1 week ago. So yeah, we, you know, we made a conscious decision not to invest in a space 10 years ago, and we've stuck to that because we've put in whatever resources we can into actual, like, developing human resources and other things. But a space does allow for many things to happen. But for the time being, we occupy spaces around the city and in different places. It gets built up and then broken down, etc. And I suppose the cycle shall continue.
You're welcome to occupy this.
Oh. Maybe later. Yeah. There is this video, but we can watch it later also, and it's online, so you're all welcome to watch it online as well. Yeah.
Great. So much was said. I'm just trying to think where to start. Because I do have a question about Photo Kathmandu, and for that it might be helpful to go a little bit into the video, but I'll ask you two questions and then we can see how everybody else also is responding. So just about the format of Imperfect Solidarities, if you could just share a little bit more about how you imagine taking it forward, because of course the kind of informality of it, the alliance building, I know that it is also for you a way to work with the current generation of sort of peers as well, in a sense, across borders. So you had Aziz, Sohail, no, and others who you have recently also met, practitioners who of this generation who are sort of trying to be very realistic about these imperfections in alliance building. But at the same time, beyond having kind of open format, digital sharing, etc., is it a platform that you are committed to have located in Kathmandu, or are you imagining it as something that can travel or open up in different ways? If you could just share.
Sure. It's an idea and a format, so it can go anywhere really, right? But I do think that it works only if the community sort of takes ownership of that, and I don't know where I can go where I have that same those relationships, you know. I feel I can only do it in my community, but other people are really welcome to, you know, take that and run with it. Prathma and I are based in Kathmandu, and we've just actually, since putting that Instagram page up, we received some invitations, like on that Instagram, like on message. It's like there's a conference happening in Bangkok, you know, would you like to come facilitate some sessions, etc. For us, that's not really what it's about, you know. For us, it's about sort of really keeping it grounded where we are located, because again, like I said, that's where we feel we can feed into, you know, whatever issues. But it's an idea and can go anywhere really. So
could you talk a little bit more also about I mean, the question of sexual violence is also just something that a lot of people are concerned about, and it's something that needs careful, conscious framing, and at the same time situations in which discussions can be held. And like, what was interesting is that you were trying to do various kinds of discussions. Some are more spontaneous, others are planned, and rethinking about different measures of justice. If you could also elaborate, because something that I learned from the Photo Kathmandu as just a small example of what can be done is that there was a sort of a code of conduct. And what we did for Columboscope in Sri Lanka, which is a festival that I'm working on with a team in Sri Lanka, is to have a festival code of conduct that drew from what Nayantara shared from Photo Kathmandu, and then we specifically sort of also tailored it to our context and different forms of discrimination. So it's not only about sexual violence, it's also about discrimination that can happen, racial and other forms of discrimination within these platforms that we create for culture that we say are inclusive, but then, you know, what are we willing to do, and are we willing to sort of create a code of behavior in which we can sort of also then share generosity but also protect those who are taking part.
We made a code of conduct. It was a very simple one. It just said that you know, we're committed as organizers, as people sort of creating this space, we are committed to trying our best to create a safe space. Now that term is also quite loaded, like what does that actually mean? You know, safe for who? Like you said, it's not just about gender. It really is thinking about class and caste and like so many sort of, we even included in the code of conduct that we were not happy about discrimination that happened along like lines of ability or lines of marital status. But it's true, you know, I mean, these are nuances within every community that we don't necessarily feel we have the space to even talk about. And the kind of, I mean, this is something that I've been thinking about, you know. I feel like, you know, I feel very strongly about this, and I come at it quite openly, but I realize that the kinds of economies that we perhaps work within, it's not so easy to talk about it openly, and for various reasons, legitimate reasons perhaps, but also, you know, in a way this somehow this self-censorship also that, you know, I think we often do in terms of like finding the space or not finding the space, finding the right time, not finding the right time to talk about all of this. It really plays into it. I do want to mention this. So because we've been, you know, dealing with all of this in our own community, we've been thinking about all of this, something we initiated was there was an incident in the theater community, and this particular group, theater group, had been for the last 4 years working on a production of the Vagina Monologues, which I'm sure all of you are very familiar with, this work by Eve Ensler. And because for 4 years as a group they'd been like coming together and really like talking about this for 4 years, they were somehow in a position to, when these incidents, these call-outs happened, they somehow were in a position to say, we would like to address this. We would like to meet with some of these. There were 3 men who were called out with these men. So can we organize some meetings? And they invited a friend of mine and me to kind of like facilitate these meetings in a way. Like, you know, I mean, our role was very, I mean, what exactly, how exactly does one facilitate these things? There are no guidebooks for this, no formulas. But we went in nonetheless because we all felt the need to address this in some way. And so these became these like face-to-face meetings where these women sat down and they said to, you know, these men, address them to say, Dai, you know, Dai is the term for brother, right? What is it here? Bhaiya, Bhai, whatever, older brother. You know, we recognize that we have to continue to live and work in this community. We're not saying you need to like go take a bun bath or something now, right? It's not realistic. We also are very clear that we don't want to go the legal route because there are so many barriers and challenges going that route. But we want to address this. We want you to say sorry, if that's what it takes. You know, we want you to say, this will not happen again. These are men who are constantly in touch with younger theater practitioners, you know, on an ongoing basis. We want as a community to say, this is not okay anymore. Like, we can't just keep brushing this under the carpet, you know. We want to come together to do this. So we had these crazy meetings that were like some of the most difficult conversations I've had in my life, to try to really talk about this, to create enough of a safe space for these young women to come forward, but also enough of a safe space for these men to feel like they could come and do this, right? It was a very unique circumstance, I think, because of this very particular experience that this very particular theater group had gone through for 4 years, and all of this had happened. So, you know, there are so many variables, and you can't just like pick that experience up and take it to another one. But it happened, and it taught, I think, us a lot along the way, and it's an ongoing process too. It's not like it's done now, right? So this idea of accountability is like a long-term idea. Based out of that experience, what we've done is 3 arts organizations now, including ourselves, Photo Kathmandu, the Kathmandu Triennale, which is like also happening next year, and Film South Asia, which is a film festival that happens every 2 years. We have come together and we are pitching in, so splitting it 3 ways: legal costs, any other kinds of resources that need to be put into the creation of a policy for ourselves, our institutions, and also a framework. You know, I mean, here in India, you have laws that allow for ICCs. In Nepal, we don't have that by law also. There are, within labor laws and within workplace harassment sort of frameworks, possibilities for complaint handling mechanisms to be instituted. But what we're trying to do is come together, and again, extremely difficult process, but to imagine a potential mechanism that goes beyond just compliance of the law, and to really think about what's it going to take for us to be able to address this as institutions, as a community. So we're working on this policy. It's going to take some time, I think, but that might become like my most substantial creative output for this year. So.
Great. So just one last question from me before we open up. Just also, if you could just share concretely some of the processes and formats that are included in Photo Kathmandu to also make it accessible not only to the kind of city audience and tourist audience of Kathmandu, but also going beyond. I mean, you're talking already about the communities that dwell on the land and the forest and all of that. So how are you also dealing with those as your audience or your constituencies?
Yeah, it's a tough one. We've tried after the first year to go out on the road. So we had a traveling version of the festival that went out to 4 districts in the first year. The second year, we couldn't raise the funds for it. It's a realistic challenge. But what we did end up doing was we partnered with friends who run a project that has a traveling literary, it's actually called the Book Bus and is supported by the US Embassy, and it goes around the country running literacy programs in different places. So we created like this really easy to travel version of 3 exhibitions, and that went out through that program around the country. But it's tough. This time, because we are working on a few things for next year that will sort of really engage with communities outside the city, we are planning for more engagement. But for us, the festival is more than just the exhibition program, right? So it's not just about taking exhibitions elsewhere. It's really about working with and creating engagements of various sorts outside the power center, which is Kathmandu. But it's an idea that we, you know, I mean, we put some nice pictures in our report last year to say we do travel, you know, but it's hard. It's really tough. Yeah.
In you know, like as part of the conversations around the Me Too movement in the US, what we started doing now is actually also you know, asking some of these more open men, more openly kind of, you know, friendly to questioning, roping them in as part of the Me Too movement and saying that the movement will not succeed unless we had them as our partners. And that strategy has worked well to give them that sense of responsibility and power, because a lot of the violence tends to be around power, you know, and it's around, you know, feeling of powerless.
You mean like, here's some more power? Would you like to do something with this? Like,
no, I think just finger pointing was okay, but like there was this one guy, he was in the black community. He had gotten hold of a whole bunch of other black men. This was somewhere, you know, I think on the East Coast, and they had all kind of, you know, done this whole me Tarzan kind of a thing, and they would go one by one into the room, into a room where there was a girl there, and they would rape her. They would come out, and this one guy, who was part of that queue, actually he went in and discovered that she was mentally retarded. So he decided he couldn't do it, but he, when he came out, he zipped up his pants and said, that kind of stuff. So he also, and now he is the guy who's leading this whole movement towards saying that not all men are in the same way. And see, he started opening up different versions of that conversation. And, so it's something to think about when you have these guys sitting in front of you. And whatever works, right?
I disagree. This is not acceptable. The fact that he was standing in a queue waiting for his turn is not acceptable.
Of course.
And if he turns around and says, okay, because she was disabled, and that is the reason, and that's worse. I mean, you give someone the power to do something about a Me Too movement because the person. I mean, I guess the whole thing just sounds completely wrong.
No, you're right about that.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it has happened. This guy
Yeah,
is
but-
now leading the movement. And
And we're giving him more power. It's still not right.
It's no, you're right. I mean, it is gross. Actually, should be
It's not
I think it's interesting that, this is, so often, right, the conversation is quickly around not all men or, some of these things. I think those are all conversations that are important and to be had, I think, for today's purpose, and I think for life's purpose. I have been also trying to really wonder, about some of the tangible and practical things we can do in terms of sort of creating space for these nuances, for sure, right? But at the same time, not like constantly feeling like we're stuck having the same conversation over and over and over again. Because it's, I think, quite often easy for, and especially like this is such a quick addressing of this issue, right? We could be talking about this for for days and days and weeks, but yeah, looking really at some of the structural possibilities given the context that we are
this
in.
guy has gone back to his own, drug community and started talking about it, about what he went through, and and then it's a TED talk basically. I haven't met him, but it's a TED talk, and he said he went back to the community where, it's in public housing, and started talking to these guys and saying what's going on here. What we've been doing is this. I mean, you're right that somebody mentioned it. Yes, of course we should be in jail, but this is another example of something that's happening in parallel in the Me Too conversation, and something I thought I should bring up, because sometimes there is such a huge power gap between the men and the women.
Sure, it's all
Sometimes
about the
roping-
power, right?
So sometimes roping in some folks, just to move the needle,
Yeah.
would be something to think about.
All sorts of folks need to step in and step up, I think, and it's not, yeah.
Are there any other questions in the room?
Yeah, the mic.
It's not a question in that way. I just wanted to say that, hearing you, it's interesting that how the role of a curator is, you give the other dimension comes up as how the curator mitigates through all the challenges to find out solutions, where you can actually bring up a much more, add value to things and, bring out something which is much more positive from this existing situation. And I think yesterday also we had camp also talking about it, where there are problems which leads us to a positive role. You don't take it as a problem, but then you don't take it as a barrier, but then you take it as a challenge and you move ahead from it, find new alternatives beyond it. So I think this is an interesting aspect, and I'm really thankful to the way you've, you came up with the exhibition and the collaterals which happen around it, where the involvement is much more organic, and you have different sections of the society participating within the exhibition. It is no more exhibition within a group of people who are usually who are usually visiting galleries and museums or spaces where things are exhibited. So I think this moving out from the two different sections is very interesting.
Just a quick comment on that, actually, sorry, is that in our case we never moved out, right? They were never, I mean, we didn't have that infrastructure to begin with, so it's, yeah. Sorry.
No questions, just sharing some thoughts that I'm really moved by your attempt to actually have a dialogue with who's called a perpetrator and the victim in a very simple way. And I'm actually really moved that you made that effort, because that's what doesn't happen. Because they're already put in categories where no reconciliation is possible. And I've always thought that even if, if we want to sidestep the state mechanisms, the whole model of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission from South Africa is an amazing kind of a healing as well as very traumatic experience but things when they are done face to face, it's completely different where the line is not drawn that you cannot. So reconciliation within the structure of that model, I think I'm quite really it's amazing that you tried to do that, and I think that is the way forward in many cases like that, although we are not able to do that kind of a thing.
It's tough.
Yeah,
it's really tough.
very tough.
But a few things. One, it wasn't us who was initiating this process. It was really the young women and the men who chose to participate in this, right? Of course, they do not exist in isolation, so there are communities around these young women and these men, and the role that these communities play was really key, I think, in terms of support, but also in terms of really calling for accountability, because I think truth for sure is a big goal to establish, to acknowledge that this is happening. We all know this is happening, but reconciliation is a tricky word, because not everybody wants to reconcile necessarily. So the idea of accountability actually is really key to this. What forms of accountability? I think we've really been trying to think through, and I think different survivors have opted for different kinds of accountability. In one of the theater examples I took, one of the theater companies who one of these men is associated to actually put out a statement to say that we recognize this, we take responsibility of our role in this, not for his actions but our stake in this, and we put certain things in measure, like he was put on probation for 1 year from all teaching positions. There were very specific things that were put into place. He did put out an apology, which was public. The theater company offered for 10 sessions of counseling for him. So really, again, really thinking about this as repair work also for everyone involved, So yeah, there were strong sort of consequences for sure. It wasn't just about, we address this now, let's all be friends, But yeah, process. Sorry, yeah. There's one here. Oh wait, I think there's one here.
From Priyanka and Mario, and then
who goes? Okay. Thank you for your presentation, Nandara. Normally, Pratik and I sort of pre-aligned to stay quiet most of the 3 days, but really, your presentation has been very strangely rooted to our sort of way of working or our vision. We always wanted to run a space or a program which is very rooted in dialogue making, rooted to thinking about some very focused ideas, and we've decided that we can't be sort of bound by ideas of where does funding come from, and then we decided to create our own funding by doing what we do, running the gallery that we do. But what I think we need to learn and further, sort of see from case studies, if there's something like this worldwide, is what is the vision forward? What do you plan to do something so similar to ours, I would be very interested to know there are two of you leading the program, right?
You mean in perfect solidarities or like
multiple people.
Multiple
so what is the
people, well,
collective vision?
Big question. We want to change the world.
Short term, like say 5-7 years.
Yeah. We have a long wish list. We do feel now, 12 years into this, we do feel the need for a space of some sort, but we are thinking of potentially cohabited spaces. So we do work closely with other organizations and collectives in the city, and so there are 3 other groups that we've been in conversation with for the last several years. But I would say that's sort of this sort of dream thing. But it's something we always push to the back somehow, because I think what excites us and what like keeps us going are sort of these kinds of like knowledge creation, projects of really like intersecting with. We work. We exist as 2 entities legally. One is a NGO, because that allows for us to do grant making work, and one is a private limited company that allows us to sell services. So we sell services in terms of all sorts. We're like consultants for various things. We design exhibitions and outputs of various sorts. Recently, but we also work very closely with small NGOs also, really like working with them to build campaign strategies, build, means to communicate about their work, to tell their stories to a larger audience, and to do some of this advocacy work as well. We want to really continue to do that. The archive is growing. We want to try to like create better resources for the archive. The archive really is, it's a visual archive, but it is really one of the only sort of non-state repositories in a sense, and so we would love to collaborate and get on Padma. And yeah, it's kind of an endless list really of what we'd like to do. The festival will keep going for as long as it makes sense. We do think sometimes about, it's such a production, right? All of you know here, like putting these things together. And sometimes we really wonder, like the amount of energy it takes to fundraise for something like that. Like if we were to stretch that out and spread it out over 2 years, like, would we be doing more? And also really more sort of in depth, because sometimes it feels, the spectacle is all fun and great. But the slow building, we're really also happy to work quietly. We've been doing that for 12 years. So yeah.
I just want to go back to the Feminist Memory Project and I just wanted to go back to the Feminist Memory Project because you've been working on it for such a long time, and one of the forms of like combating exclusion also is to think that the margins do not have documents, but actually there have been documents that have existed over time and that have been brought into the ambit of the project. Something that Divas has maintained, who's also your partner on this project, is the idea of how the Feminist Memory Project in a way also functions as evidence. Maybe perhaps you could talk a little more about moving away from iconology and just how giving it has been to probably work with the indexical and what that process has been like in this impulse of the evidence.
Yeah, I think what I'd like to say to that is that, as evidence, then what does one do with that evidence, right? And this whole idea of activating some of these repositories of indexes and evidence that we create, and with Shaina, your work too, it's like, what are the possibilities, but also challenges around doing that? As an idea, it's great and possible, but like to actually like take it from that idea and then to really open it up to university students or NGO sort of projects and social justice projects and lawyers if they want to come work with it, and journalists and researchers. I mean, one of the things earlier we were talking about was this, I mean, in art history work, right, and or in any kind of research, I suppose, one tends to sort of, go and dig deeper where there is already some kind of knowledge bank that exists, right? And so the secondary knowledge platform feels almost like without that, one cannot do research almost, right? Especially when the research is always happening sort of externally. So this is becoming somewhat of a repository for people to at least begin to. But there are so many challenges, like the annotation work, like you're having the human. I mean, one of the questions I had for you was like, who on earth sits there and does all this work? And yeah, and so these are like realistic sort of challenges. But yeah, I don't know if that I'm not necessarily responding to your question, but I think there was someone back there.
You want to answer?
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. If anyone's interested, the video we could play it. It's a 4-minute video, and then all of you can leave when.
We are concluding.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We'd love to see it.
When people are walking out later. Oh, you want to watch? Oh, okay.
Thank you so much. Hey, I'm working with a Nepalese NGO. This girl's name is Nasreen. Nasreen, I mentioned her the last. Okay. She's working in it's basically traffic kind of thing, but it's education. Okay. Can I get your card? Yeah.
No worries. We can also save it for bedtime video watching tonight. I'll send you the link. There's an email that goes out. Do you all get the email at the beginning of the day? Tomorrow when you get your email, we'll also paste the link of this video. We can do that. Let's do that. Yeah.
No pressure.
No pressure. Oh, there. नीचे उसको ऊपर करना.
Oh, yeah.
Shaina was.
Aman got there.
refreshing and such a significant experience for a person who is in Kathmandu and knows that it's all of these different photographers from all around the world, all of these different artists, and all of the discussions and discourses that take place within the context of Photo Kathmandu is a very rare thing. You feel, okay, this is a very special event, not just for artists but for almost everyone, because it does become like a important spectacle.
Exhibition was to take it out in a public and not do in a closed space. Apart from that, whenever I am there, women and girls and men come up to me, especially women. Oh, this is something I've been through. This is exactly how my relationship is with my mother, or oh my God, I'm at a stage now where I'm expected to get married and I don't know if I want to. Oh, I have been in an abusive relationship, so things like that, and where maybe for me also was to reach out and for them that they're not alone and we're not alone, so we're all in it together, and to sort of have those conversations.
When you said to come and show, and I said then let's show for 6 months. Let's work in many ways around the work. Whether it's with professionals of various kinds, or with students, or with teachers, and let's find a way to work there. And for that you need duration. I found this way of showing far more interesting and meaningful.
There might be some people who think maybe workshops are difficult because they're so short and brief. But when you come together as people and you're vulnerable together and you create this energy together that is open and exchanging and honest, that even in 4 days something absolutely incredible can come from that.
नेपाली समाजको जागृतिमा, नेपालमा लोकतन्त्र स्वतन्त्रताको स्थापनामा महिलाहरूले राणाकालदेखि, पञ्चायती कालदेखि, बहुदलीय कालदेखि माओवादी जनयुद्धसम्म खेलेको भूमिका उल्लेख्य रूपमा देखिएको छ। यदि कुनै इतिहास दृष्टि भएको मान्छेले, समाज दृष्टि भएको मान्छेले, भाषा भएको मान्छेले यति नै सामग्रीको आधारमा इतिहास लेख्ने हो भने जनताको खासाको इतिहास भन्छ।
December next year, everyone's invited. Yeah.
Right. All right. It's kind of difficult to actually wrap up the entire day. So if it's okay with everybody, I think this end note by Nayantara and the presentation as one big model also really also kind of thinking from where we started with the kind of institutional practice of something like APT to come to this also felt really important, because again we need to validate all kinds of models and all sorts of ways of reaching audiences, and together as a community we can and we do that. So that's all I feel like I need to say in terms of also what we do at the Hub. So, see you tomorrow.